Hello, I believe I am live. Fingers crossed, mic and stuff is working. I'm just going to double check my settings before I go any further. Looks like we're doing it. Looks like we have audio. I'm just going to double check in the chat. If you can hear me, please would you say you can hear me in the chat? I may have to type it in case. People let me know if they can't hear me. I'm reluctant to say any more. For heaven forbid. Mic is working. Thank you so much for letting me know. I didn't know what to say. Thank you so much for joining me. I just did on a spontaneous live stream. I promised 2 years ago that I would do my next live stream if I hit 200k. I said that as a joke, obviously, because I never expected this to happen, particularly considering if you look at my stats, only 2.5% of my audience watch my videos. Thank you for being part of that 2.5%. You are less than you're rarer than 5% in this universe. How I got to 200k when I have so few views is unbelievable. It doesn't really make sense. But thank you so much. I just want to say thank you to a couple of people. Obviously, lots of people have been in the chat. So thank you, Lernell, so much. It's really, thank you so much for being kind. Ruth, AV, thank you. NRB. Do you know what? I'm so dyslexic that I was like, they're letters. Work out the letters. And I was like, it's an M, right? I'm like, no, it's an N. TD, thank you so much. Wishfire, thank you so much. Lewis or Louis, I always make sure to double check if it's either Lewis or Louis. Thank you so much. Rebecca, thank you. Odnell, thank you. Joshua, thank you so much. I just want to also say, Elisa, thank you. AV, thank you. Lil, thank you so much. It has been a very long time of knowing you, Lil. Holy Freak, thank you so much, my lovely. Thank you. And Stephen. Oh my goodness, Lissy, Jinsey, as I call you. I have been a lurker of your channel for quite some time. There's not a question, just some love. Thank you so much for your content to put out there. Thank you so much. That's incredibly generous of you. Thank you, Lissy. Never ever feel obliged, send me things like money and things like that. It's incredibly generous of you. So thank you so much, Lissy. And what's this 5? Does that mean you've been around for 5 years? Is there a big 5 in the corner there? That's insane. Thank you so much. Blue, thank you. Sending my love back to Ireland as someone who is very Irish, genetically speaking, and never been. I hope to one day go. Ramona, thank you so much, Ramona. And Christian, thank you. And hold on, this is Karen. Is it Karen D. Warsword? I hope that I broke it. Again, my dyslexic brain, I see one word clamped together. I'm like, it's Karen, right? Thank you so much. And Shannara, thank you. Yeah, some people do like subscribing and not actually viewing the videos, but I appreciate both. Oh, Christian, I think I missed your RPG joke. Let me just go up again. I don't want to. I always hate when I miss things. I feel really rude. I'm just like, let me move up there. Make sure. Thank you. Oh, I'm with the Tarragon. Thank you. I get it now. I get it. I miss a thing. Aldo, hello. Question: Latin or ancient Greek? I've only ever learned Latin. I only did it in my undergraduate though, so I'm not fluent by any means. I only did it for my undergraduate, of my 3 years my undergraduate. I never learned ancient Greek because I don't think you could take both. If you could, it was not advised to. I only know students at university who took either Latin or ancient Greek. And it has proven me the wrong choice. Because now I need to know more ancient Greek in my PhD and I can't speak a word of it or read a word of it either. Enes, I hope I pronounced your name. I'm sorry if I butchered it. Thank you so much. And Dennis as well. And Louis is a silent Louis. There we go. No, I really like the name Louis. I think it's a lovely name. Geomusic, thank you. And Marco. And Karen, it is Karen, yay! I'm so glad when I guess people's names. And Konzo, thank you so much. Hello, yay! I noticed it's like, yeah, Annie. And I was like, yeah! Hello, yeah! Oh, Rebecca, thank you. I love your videos so much. More people truly should find your videos. That's really kind of you. And 200k is definitely that. Thank you. And Joshua, I love your commentary on graduate school. Thanks for being so open about it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And Rita, thank you so much, Rita. And Cancel01, thank you so much. And Ruth says, Latin is dead tongue, dead as dead can be. First it killed the Romans and now it's killing me. I love when I'm reading something, I don't know where it's going. That can be quite a dangerous thing, can't it? I start reading something, it just says something horrific on there. Jackie, hello. Aldo says, thank you for answering. I took both Latin and Greek at the same time for 4 years. That's incredibly intense. I've heard ancient Greek is far harder. So obviously from an English speaking perspective, in terms of Latin languages, it was easier for me learning Latin. But I'm honestly, I'm thick as two bricks and I can't pick up languages at all. So languages were really hard for me. And the final Latin exam in the third year, it was advanced Latin, and I know they probably did warn us, but the entire exam was in Latin, so the questions were in Latin and you had to answer in Latin. I was like, oh, I am not prepared for this. Alt92, hello, thank you so much for subscribing. Mota, hello, Mota. Aqua, I highlight that before it goes away. I found you by off chance and I have stayed since. Oh, thank you. Generally, I clicked the thing and the buttons are showing up. No, go away. Generally, one of my favourite channels, History or Not. Thank you so much for many videos and congratulations. Thank you so much. That's such a kind comment. Thank you. Why is this? Why is my Laura's Laura sent me a message. Hello, Laura. It says, oh, message was retracted. I thought it said message was restricted. I was like, not on Laura. Laura never deserves restriction. I was like, can I undo that? In any shape or word? Hello, the darn cat. Hello to see you live. And Girl Jordan. Hello, I didn't want to miss you. Wishfire, I think your subscribers are pretty safe for live reading with. I know, yeah, they're like the least judgmental people are me, like reading live. Holy Freak, how are you and how are you feeling lately? A little bit better, but still very stressed. Obviously, I'm job hunting soon at the moment as well, because YouTube's not surviving by itself, and I have quite a few deadlines with my PhD, which I haven't been able to do because I've been trying to work to be able to pay my bills. It's kind of a bit stressful, but thank you very much for asking. I really appreciate that. And Annie also took Latin and ancient Greek in the undergraduate. And Greek was a nightmare. I've heard Greek is really hard. One of the girls that I went to university with was Greek, and she found ancient Greek really hard. Obviously, they're just completely different languages by that point, but she was like, I thought it would be easier for me to transition, and it wasn't. She thought she was taking the easier one. AV, it's so great to see you happy. Thank you. That's very cool. Thank you so much. Jada says, how are you doing? Do you have any exciting summer? I do. I'm going on a trip around Scotland very soon. And hopefully I can take some footage of the area, but I'm going to the north of Scotland. So that's going to be really, really exciting. So fingers crossed. The weather's not too horrific and it's like nice, hot and the doggies are coming with me. So we're just going up north, which is really, really fun. I've never been to the north of Scotland, really. The furthest I've ever gone is Inverness, and that's really not north compared to the rest of it. It's really not that far away. Hello, Mo from Canada. Hello, Canada. And Bloated Book Save Lives, they do. Aldo also says Greek is more of a nightmare, but is genuinely enjoyable when you read Plato. So yeah, I'm so out of touch, aren't I? I'm like a faker who reads all these translations instead. Lauren, hello Lauren, congratulations, thank you so much. I'm doing my undergraduate history degree right now. Congratulations, I hope you're loving it. Undergraduate was the best. By all means, undergraduate was the most enjoyable of all 3 degrees. I mean, I think PhD actually would be the funnest if I was funded and I had less financial worries. I think that would be the most fun, but sadly it's not that fun when you're working full time. Don't do what I did, people. That's my lesson. that's my lesson 2 years later after doing my first live stream here. Bruno says, I'm terrible with languages. I'll stick to the 2 that I know. That although I would love to know French, it's very useful whilst I live here. I mean, you know 2. I only know 1. Hola Miles. It's better to know 2, I think, than only 1, which is, I feel very pathetic and stupid. Louis says, my engineer Latin X was told by her professor, quote, the bridges may fall down, but the inscriptions will still be in Latin. Fortunately, she is not a civil engineer. I like that joke. Blue OB says, if you're interested in exploring some Irish history, I'd recommend the Antrim witch trials. Ooh, and Scotia, the mythical queen and supposed namesake of Scotland, of course, engaged just outside my home. Thank you, Blue. I will definitely look into those. There's currently my partner's got a couple of Irish people staying with him at the moment because they're doing a fringe show. In fact, I'm going to plug that. If you happen to be in Edinburgh for the Fringe, there's a Fringe show called Daughters of Roisin, Roisin. and it's in the Pleasance. Happens every day for the rest of the Fringe. If you're interested in Irish history, particularly feminist Irish history, highly recommend going to the show. I'm going to go see it later, but I know the artist is incredibly talented, and my partner went and saw the show recently and said it's phenomenal. A fantastic piece of theatre, so I want to plug that if you're in Edinburgh for the Fringe. Highly recommend it. Hello, Ziggle to Minnesota. And Mataza, hello, and Miles. Do you ever read a book upside down? I have never read a book upside down. I can barely read a book upright. I'm so slow. I certainly would not be able to read one upside down. Elisa, one of your first videos I saw was you debunking Rome. I mean, I think most people, well, that was their first video. I've been on for 12 years and no one knew I existed until that video existed. I never hit those numbers ever again. I was a one hit wonder. But I suppose I would rather that be my one-time hit wonder than other, Hawk Tui on that thing and things like that. At least I wouldn't have to keep repeating that soundtrack all the time. Lumi, hello Lumi. Really happy to find your stream live. Thank you. I thought I would do it spontaneously. Because then people just see it if they can see it, and if they can't see it, they can watch it at a later date. Jody, hello, long-time subscriber. Thank you so much. Question: what are your 5? This is me reading really far away. What are your top 5 interests or hobbies? Like what you can never do a day without, or thinking about. Thank you so much for the question. I'm afraid I'm a really boring person. I actually have no hobbies at the moment. I'm not even reading for fun anymore, which was my only hobby. So I have no hobbies. When I was younger and, like 18 and things like that, I had a lot of hobbies. I was a huge artist when I was little. So not huge as in popular. I was a big art person. So I used to paint and draw a lot. I used to run my own webcomic when I was younger, and that was like a big thing that went on for like 6 years, from the age of like 10 to the age of 16. And then I deleted the webcomic because boys from my school found it and started picking on me for it. So I deleted everything. So I have no proof of that ever existing. I have printouts of my comic books, but I mean like a couple of the pages, but not 6 years worth, sadly. So all that's gone. That's what happens when you get embarrassed. You delete everything and have no record of it afterwards. And then I used to act a lot. So I acted from the age of 10 to 18. I used to work a lot for television acting. I didn't become in television, I should stress. I was part of this thing called the Television Workshop with ITV in the UK. And one person from my group became famous. Her name's Felicity Jones. If you've ever seen Rogue One or The Theory of Everything, she starred in both of those. One of us made it. I did not make it. So yeah, I used to do a lot of acting and drawing. They were my main hobbies. And then reading when I got older. And now I do nothing. Now I am the most boring person on the planet. I hate this. I ask a question and the thing jumps up. So my apologies, I'm like reading, making sure I'm covering everything. But thank you, Jodie. I'm afraid I don't even have 5. I only have 2 that I haven't partaken in over a decade. So I don't have any hobbies at all, sadly. Daniel asks, when delving into a genre, is it more important to read books in some logical order or to just get on with reading and studying in a tangible questions as they arise? The latter. I mean, that's from my perspective now for PhD. I have found that I started my PhD just trying to read about things thinking they would be relevant. And then when it got to writing, I realized that everything I read was completely irrelevant. And it was only when I started writing that I discovered questions that I needed answers to that I never even thought about when I was like reading around. So I think, I mean, obviously this is from a writing perspective. I just started writing about what I wanted to write about, and then I came across a question, and then I read to look for that answer specifically, or look for people who have talked about that subject. And it completely changes. And again, I will write something about that thing, and I meant to move on to something else, but then I realised another question arose whilst I was reading this thing and writing into this, so then that it kind of keeps expanding. So there's no order to reading that is predictable. For me, it's like a spontaneous thing. It's only when I'm writing that I realise what to read. So for me, I am reading in a genre in particular. Obviously, if you're just going from a non-research perspective and you're just reading, I just read randomly, whatever interested me. So if it's not for a specific research question, then it would be, I'm kind of weirdly interested in epidemics. Let me read about epidemiology. And I pick up the first book that seemed interesting to me. And then it mentioned a disease that happened. And I was like, I want to read more about that disease. And then so on and so forth. So I just picked where you're interested in and then go from whatever order works for your brain, kind of thing, if that makes sense, rather than like, I want to read about history, let me start in like, I don't know, like 4,000 BCE kind of thing, like all the way back there. I think it's just based on your kind of spontaneity. Oh, Vex, I'm going to miss this time working. I hope you can watch it afterwards. You may want to skip the first like 5 minutes of me just like saying hi, hi, hi to people, and hopefully it's more interesting. Steno, oh, that's a really hard word for me to say. Steno, I can't say your name, I'm so sorry. I'm stuck. This is what happens when I'm filming a video because I'm reading a teleprompter as I'm reading. The amount of like me just going, it's my own writing and I can't. My interest is pretty rough. The internet, sorry, is pretty rough at the moment. I'm going to have to watch this on the re-up. Congrats, Mom. Thank you very much. Lil, how are the puppies doing? They both left me. they were right here. The puppies have gone on to sit on the bed, but they are very happy. I had some pizza tonight, and I gave them some crust, and they were very happy with the bit of crust I gave them. So I was like, wow, bread high. Maro, sorry if I called you Marco earlier. It's because you have Maro Cat, and I put the C, again, my brain misread it, I'm sorry, Maro Cat. So how did you survive the summer? It's not that bad here. As you can see, I am wearing a cardigan, and it is 19 degrees Celsius. It's not that hot. I'm always kind of quite cold, and I'm glad because I hate the summer. I really effing hate summer. I can't wait for September. September is the best month in my opinion, and then it only gets better from September until it hits January, then it goes rubbish again, and then wait until March kind of thing. January to January, February are just the worst months in my opinion. Bruno says Scotland sounds so cool. I always wanted to live there. Damn you Brexit. Yes, damn effing Brexit. Damn Brexit. I think I've been saying that since the day they even announced Brexit, and I was really annoyed with my generation for not voting and taking that seriously. I voted obviously to remain. And I'm really annoyed because Scotland was the only place that had a chance of getting back into Europe, and now that's being kerfuddled by the Scottish elections and all that jazz. So yeah, it's not, I wish we were part of Europe. I really hate Brexit. James, hello James. Thoughts on Cecil Court, Book Lover's Paradise or Uppity Tourist Trap? I don't know Cecil Court. This is me proclaiming my ignorance. What is Cecil Court? Let me look. Cecil, my microphone wire is in the way of the keyboard, and now I've written Cecil Court. Cecil Court. It's London. That's probably why I am not familiar with London at all. Oh yes, a secret London alley full of curiosities and bookshops. Oh, is this near? Does it happen to be near Charing Cross? Like, is this where 64 Charing Cross Road is? Is that like very close by that book? Because I remember reading. Is it 64 Charing Cross Road? Is that the book? I'm pretty sure that was it. It's like over a decade ago since I read it. And I remember going, that wasn't that interesting as a book. And then I think I did go to wherever the book was located, theoretically. Sorry, there's a bit of a lag there in the internet. It's been a proper lag. I'm sorry. I'm just seeing, I can see the replay now that there's a lag. Hopefully it's going to catch up. It's my own fault for opening another tab. That's why. Anyway, so I went to a place where I think 64 Charing Cross Road was set, and it was really crap. Primarily because the bookshops weren't that interesting, and it was basically for rich people who had a lot of money to spend on antique books, which I'm not. I'm not someone who can afford that. So I just found it kind of like, okay. So it sounds a bit like an uppity tourist trap, but obviously I'm not familiar with London, so I'm afraid that's my judgment is based purely on the brief 4-second Google searching that I found and potential have been there before. Olivia, hello from Dallas. Hello back to Dallas. Thank you so much. Alt says, you'll get all 4 seasons in one day anyways in Scotland. I wouldn't worry. Yeah, exactly. We had sunny times a day, and then we were walking back earlier and it just started raining and went cold, and I put on my cardigan because it was really cold. KC90, job hunting. I bet you would make a great electrician. There's a huge shortage. Yes, I'm not clever enough to be an electrician. I am looking for very basic jobs, hopefully some kind of like data entry, if I can, because I'm only trained in retail, so I'd rather not go into retail purely because I have 2 dogs, so I can't leave them for like full shifts. So I'd ideally like to try and do some data entry from home. So if anyone knows anyone hiring for a random foreign person, potentially in Scotland, who could do data entry. Oh, I burped. I'm so sorry. That was disgusting. But I literally hiccuped and burped at the same time. That's gross. If you that's my CV. That was my CV. I burp and hiccup at the same time. Please hire me. That's how I'm going to do it. Alex, I live in Aberdeen. They speak Gaelic up north. I know. I have warned my partner about them speaking Gaelic up north. I was like, there is a chance when we go to Skye, people won't speak to us because we can't speak Gaelic. Like, just get the Google ready to like try and do Gaelic, even though we can't speak Gaelic. I want to be respectful, and I'm very aware that a lot of like very up north would rather we speak Gaelic. And sadly, again, as I've already stressed, I'm too stupid to know any language. So Gaelic, unfortunately, I'm going to be more stupid at that. Ali Cat writes, I love your channel. Thank you so much, because my passions are literature and history and your videos are lovely. Thank you. Do you have a favourite time period to study aside from the period of your PhD? It's not really maybe the Jacobean period is fun for me. But yeah, I would say maybe anything past Jacobean period. Yeah, I think it would be, really. I just find a lot of literature in that period interesting. Obviously, pre-Jacobean, the witch trials and things like that. So I'd say it would be that area. I quite like just the brutality of a lot of that history, which sounds really dark for me to say, but I find it quite fascinating. And then, yeah, no, I would say it was that. I can't think of anyone that comes alongside that period. Rolled off, hello, thank you for the series you're starting with Inferno. I'm interested to hear everything you have to say about it as it goes along. Thank you. I wrote a paper on the poem during my undergraduate because I love the game. That's amazing. I actually didn't study the Inferno at university. I suppose because my university undergraduate, we didn't do anything other than the English language, and we only did books that were written by English authors and in English. So that meant no American literature, because it wasn't an English author, no Australian literature, no Canadian literature, and no literature in translation. So I only did literally English literature, which is quite irritating and frustrating as an undergraduate, because I did want to kind of deviate out to like American texts that I liked and things like that. I wasn't aware that my university took English literature incredibly seriously, like literally. Mo asks, how do you work and PhD at the same time? I don't, Mo, which is why I'm potentially leaving my PhD, because I can't afford it. I can't. Working full time has meant it's like impossible for me to do PhD at the same time. And I either leave YouTube to do PhD, but if I leave YouTube, I may not have enough money. And then if I leave my PhD, I leave my PhD. And that's kind of like where I am at the moment, kind of thing. We are in discussions of, and also I found out recently I need quite expensive dental surgery, which requires more money than I even have in savings. And the only savings I have are my funding for my PhD. So I'm now in a conundrum where I have this major dental surgery that's going to cost me up to £10,000 to £12,000, or spend that money on the rest of my PhD. Well, I don't want to really lose my teeth. I can't. It's like I'm in a situation where I have to pick one or the other. So I have until September to decide. That's literally my news of the past week. Like, I think that I got that news like 4 days ago. Really fun. So I was like, that's what I've been dealing with the past week mentally. Maro asked, do I know Latin? I would say I learned Latin, but that was a decade ago. So whilst I studied it as undergraduate, I would not say to people, I know Latin now, because I'm not practicing. And then Lumi asks, Jincia, I've just come back from a road trip in the north of Scotland last week. Oh my God, it was lovely. Highly recommend the library and school of Innerpeffray. And the most gorgeous. I'm not sure if we're going in that direction, but I will write it down. Thank you, Lumi. The library and school of Innerpeffray. I'm not sure if that we're going to that area, but I'm adding it to my list. Apologies if there's a lag, because I've just opened a new tab and my internet doesn't like it. I'm like, no. Lanelle asks, oh girl, I hear your pain. I'm also working full time while studying. as a distance student as well. I know, I feel your pain so much. Working and distance studenting, that's my new verb, is distance studenting, is a pain in the ass. But well done for persevering, because I don't think I will. Just like, Ruth asks, I love your bookshelves. Do you keep all your favourite books together, or do you use any other particular organisation method? I don't keep my favourite books together. I have a particular organisation method. It is called Where Chinsia Feels Like It Goes. And that means where I feel like a book goes, it goes. And it's worked for me for over a decade. Like, someone will say, oh, do you have a copy of like George Orwell's, 1984? And I go, oh, yes, I do. And they're like, where is it? I'm like, it's the back stash on my white third bookcase back there on it would be the 4th row from the top. It's back there. And people are like, how do you know that? I'm like, because that's how I feel it should go. So if it's not there, I will be shocked, because that's where I would put it. And it makes no sense to anyone. So for anyone else, the only problem is that I need a book right now called by Bettelheim for my PhD. And I know it's in the back shelf, and I know it's in the second row of a row of 4, but I thought it was the back shelf of the row 4 right behind me here with my second blue bookcase, and it's not there. So I don't know what second row on the back row that this book is in. So I'm kind of a bit shocked, and I've looked at all the alternatives, and I don't know where it is, and I'm scared something's happened to the book. So I was like, it's not where I would expect it to be. And that's thrown me off a little bit. So I haven't double checked, and I was kind of in a bit of a phase when I was checking, so it could actually still be there. I have done that in the past. Like, I was convinced I had the Riverside Chaucer on the bottom shelf of that big whiteboard there, bottom shelf, the back row, right at the back, at the bottom of the stack. And I remember needing it, like, we're talking 6 years ago. And I went to there and went to get the book. I was like, oh my God, my Riverside Chaucer's not there. And I was really upset, because Riverside Chaucer's a harder edition to come by. It's not really in the shops. And it costs quite a lot of money as well. It's like one of those expensive books. And I was devastated. I went and ordered a Riverside Chaucer. And then I decided, once I used it, to go put it in the spot that I know that my other Riverside Chaucer had. I expected it to be there, and it wasn't there. And then I went there, it was there. And that's what happens with my brain. I was like, the original Riverside Chaucer is exactly where I thought it would be, right there. And I went and bought another edition, because for some reason I looked and I just didn't see it, even though it's like this big. Like, it's this thick sideways on, and it's like this big, like it's a big book and big thick. And I was just like, what? Why? How did I do that? So it wouldn't be the first time I've looked for a book in where I thought it was, and it was exactly where I thought it was. Enko says, thank you for saying partner. Oh no, it jumped. I'm so sorry. It jumped. No, I'm really annoyed, because like it just jumps me down. 84 Charing Cross Road. People are correcting me. Thank you. I kept saying 64. It's wait, no. There's been so many things. I'm so behind on the thingies, and someone said, thank you for saying partner. There you go. Okay. I'm really inclusive. I'm glad. I'd rather say partner. Make it more normal. Makes it more gender neutral and everything. And also, the Fringe Festival sadly overlaps with my start of academic year at uni. You start in August, sorry, that's a pain. Girl Jordan says, silly question, would you want to do an episode on Hosier's new album, since it's inspired by Dante's Inferno? I mean, I may do. I don't really listen to music. I've never heard any Hosier music before. And I know people are like always shocked when I say things like that, but I've never heard Justin Bieber before. Like, everyone was going crazy about this song called Baby. I've never heard Baby. So that's how out of the loop I am with music. So I was like, I don't think I'd be qualified in analysing a music when I have like no music taste whatsoever. John says, sending love, thank you. Miles says, have you found that autodidactism is a viable method towards an academic career? I mean, I haven't found that personally. I was like, have I found that as a viable method? I wouldn't have said that. But maybe. I was like, it's not something I've ever considered before until you put it there in front of me. Bruno says, has there ever been a video idea you had to drop because it might be controversial? Loads. Insane amounts. Like, basically nearly everything mainly political. because I know I'll go on a rant. As my PhD supervisor has found out, it's really hard for me to keep my politics to myself, even in my academic writing, which is really bad. But even I don't notice I'm doing it. Like, it's not like I'm writing it intentionally. Like, she's like, your politics is showing, get it out. Like, where you're leaning is showing, and you're showing bias, and obviously you can't show any bias in academic writing. So I just like, so I know that if I do a video where I'm not being told, like, I can see it, I can see where your political leanings are, please remove it, I will then end up just going on a rant. So yeah, if I had my say, I mean, I was tempted to write a whole video essay about J.K. Rowling at the moment, with her take on completely abusing a woman of colour and accusing that woman of colour of being a man. And it's just the anti-intellectualism of that statement, and the racial and white supremacy of the undertoning that. Also, just white idealistic beauty standards to determine that someone looks like a man based on her white ideals of beauty for a woman of colour, and also complete ableist language as well, considering this woman has a genetic disorder that has resulted in her having different chromosomes despite being born, raised, accepted as a woman. And they have the sheer effing faith in your belief that you have the right to determine whose fucking gender someone is when they are clearly a gender, and just because they don't fit your ideals of the feminine beauty type, just the racial loadedness. This is why I can't go into videos like this, because I was like, I'm going on a rant, So yeah, I was like, I wanted to rant about a whole video about that kind of the very subtle neoliberal racism and white supremacy and ableism and sexism behind her rantings about a woman, bullying a woman online to millions of people, just absolutely atrocious. I was just like, I can't deal with it. Charles, thank you so much for the 200k congratulations. You didn't give me 200k congratulations. I said the sentence backwards because apparently I use Yoda. Michael, reading upside down is a special ability. Oh, wow, you have he has it. I was going to say I have it and realize that people would think I'm saying I have it. I didn't realize others didn't. Wow, that's incredible. I've never even heard of anyone reading upside down. Did you already do an old Grease humour video? No, I haven't. I haven't done an old Grease humour, unless I'm missing something here. I haven't done anything on that. Hello, Alondra, and hello, Christian. Thank you, and hello to Romania. If you were to get a tattoo based on the Odyssey or the Iliad, what would it be? I mean, I kind of do. I have several classic tattoos. So I would say my Athena tattoo is the closest. But if I was going to get really specific, I think I'd pick the Odyssey over the Iliad. Even though when I read them back in the day, I preferred the Iliad, strangely enough. But now, because I'm using the Odyssey quite a lot in my PhD, the Odyssey has become more my favourite. It would probably be really basic. I'd probably do something to do like with Circe, or can I do something a bit more unique than Circe, because everyone's got a Circe tattoo. You know what? I'd probably do something to do with weaving and tapestries. I honestly don't think I'm going to finish my PhD. I think I'm going to have to pull out for financial reasons. If I'm being perfectly honest with you all, I'm always very open about my status, and I'm like, I think I may not complete my PhD. If there is a teeny tiny chance that I manage to keep doing my PhD, and not go bankrupt and not lose my home and not go insane, and I finish it, I will get a weaving-inspired tattoo of the Odyssey. I'll make that my thing, as my congratulations thing. I wasn't planning on getting any more tattoos. I'm kind of like done, but I would probably get one for that. Eleanor asks, is your boyfriend in the academic field like you, like a PhD student? No, he's not. He studied an undergraduate, but he's in a completely different field to me. Obviously, for his privacy's sake, I'm not going to reveal what field he's in, but he's not in the same field at all. And he knows, like, he's now learning classics via me. His background is not in that. His background's in basically theatre and technical theatre, to make it more generic. So no. Casey said, if you could only watch one movie for the rest of your life, what would it be? Shrek. Why wouldn't it be Shrek? Like, Shrek's like my favourite film. My two favorite films of all time are Shrek and Oppenheimer. If I had to pick between Oppenheimer and Shrek, it would be Shrek, because at least I could have a laugh. I could never really laugh at Oppenheimer, unless with like irony. Thank you, Caesarian. Thank you so much. Wishfire, what's your favorite plays to act in? I mean, I've done Twelfth Night twice, so I have a personal affection for Twelfth Night. I would love to have done a proper production of Hamlet, but obviously there's not really many roles. But I would like to do like a gender. So, like, I've always played male roles really in a lot of plays. I was always cast as a man in more. Obviously, as you can base on my voice, when it was like more of a diverse cast, people tend to put me in the male roles. But my last production, I was actually a female for like the first time. I've never actually played a woman in a play until my last production, which was ironically an Edinburgh Fringe show. But I was like, wow, I'm actually a woman in a play. This is a unique experience for me. I've always been a man, so I really enjoyed Hamlet, but I didn't do a very good production of that. I'd like to do a proper one of that. I'm kind of old school. I'm afraid I'm all Shakespeare, really. And yeah, I've always really gone towards Shakespeare plays. I've obviously seen quite a few modern plays, but I've never thought, oh, I want to be in that production. It tends to be Shakespeare plays that I want to be like, oh, I wish I was in that production. That sounds really cool. Ruth says, it's hard to keep up with hobbies and outside activities during graduate school. I graduated in 2020. Well done. And I'm still relearning to read for fun. When you have the time to breathe, the hobbies will be there. Thank you for the support. What was your webcomic called? Emsley, I'm not saying that. I mean, actually, to be fair, I can only remember what one of them was called. I can't remember what the other one was called. I can't remember what I called it. I do have a copy of the front pages for both of them that I used to print out back in the day. So I know it's there, but I actually can't remember what it was called. But I don't want to risk. I mean, I used to have websites. It was back in the day when there used to be those free websites. And I can't even remember what the host was called. I used to host it on this like little free website that you could just make yourself. Was it like Pixely or something like that? I can't remember. But yes, I mean, I'm pretty much it's deleted. But just in case there's a remnant somewhere on a DeviantArt account anywhere, I'm not revealing that because it'd be very embarrassing. We Catalyst, yay, catch me live. Thank you so much. Mr. Mataza said, I worked with Felicity Jones. Oh no, you worked with Felicity Jones on the film Invisible Woman. I'm in the film dressed with her in Victorian costume. That's amazing. She was really, I mean, she was a bit older than me. So I remember when we were in the acting group together, she was like the really cool girl who was like really kind of popular with the lads, very like attractive cool girl, and I was like this dweeby, quite overweight little preteen. Like we weren't that big a gap, like it's only like what 3 or 4 years, but when you're teenagers that 3 or 4 years seems like a massive gap, you know, between like, you know, a 12-year-old and a 15-year-old. So I just remember like she was one of the cool girls, you know. I don't think she'd even remember me because she kind of hung out with girls her age, and I kind of was like the dweeb in the group. Oh, John says, your passion for helping others is what truly intrigues me. Oh, thank you. It's really kind. The Dark Cat, hello. There's a webcomic con in Detroit this weekend. I'm going to try and make it. My friend Fred is going to be there with his got amazing. I hope good luck to Fred with Comic Con. I've never been to a webcomic con before. I've never even heard of a webcomic con. And NRB says, I'm writing a horror fantasy series. So reading about history gives me ideas for my world. It's amazing. Your videos help a lot. That's incredible. Best of luck with your horror fantasy series. That's very cool. NRB says, October is the supreme month. Leslie says, hello, Leslie. What's your favourite part about reading? I think from a weird point of view, what I enjoy about reading is where my brain goes with it. It can be quite overwhelming as well as exciting. So it kind of is I'm quite open in saying like I'm not a very intelligent person. I'm not like this person that can like do maths and read lots of languages, and I'm not a very students person. Where my strength lies in academia is the same strength that I get when I'm reading, and that is I can join lots of weird ideas together really rapidly and get loads of interesting ideas. So I can come up with interesting ideas from the stuff that I'm reading. I'm like, oh wait, that reminds me of this research thing and this research thing. I'm kind of like more of a spider person. So I'm like, so that's what I enjoy when I'm reading, because then that's why I love Shakespeare so much, because when I'm reading it, I'm like, oh my god, he got that from this poem in, you know, like Lucretius, and like, oh my god, he's alluding here to this book in the Iliad, and like that kind of excitement. So I like the jumping around when I'm reading. But unfortunately for me, I'm not very good at documenting that. So I can have all these ideas for my PhD, and there's like, it's been 6 months, you haven't written anything. I was like, yes, but I've had a lot of ideas. Just, I was too overwhelmed to write them all down. So yeah. Lumi says Edinburgh is lovely cool in the summer, which is why I went there in the July to escape the horrendous heat of summer in Portugal. I went to Spain recently. It was really hot. It was really, really hot. I'm not a fan. Oh, Nabat's asking a big, deep question. Do you believe in free will? Yes, I do. But I understand that my take on this is purely from an atheism point of view. I believe everyone has free will. I don't believe there's any kind of external force at all dictating things, or I would say if there's no free will, it's due to a dictatorship. But that's my opinion. But it's a really interesting question. I like hearing and reading about other people's takes on that. Oh no, it jumped. No. Jodie, hello. You're suddenly not as boring to us. Oh, you're so lovely. I'm not someone with lots of hobbies. Think about picking up a creative hobbies then again, and comics sound so cool. Don't let the clown stop you. Thank you, it's really sweet. Thank you, Jodie. John, hello. Lovely to see you, John. Thank you for coming in. Neve, I'm going to say it's Neve, right? Please help me that that's Neve. Niamh. Neve? Please, I really hope it's Neve and not Nymph. I'm pretty sure it's Neve. Please forgive me if I'm wrong. Do you think you'll move out of Scotland ever? I hope not to. I hope I stay here for the rest of my days. This is my place. This is my home. I may be moving out of Edinburgh ever so slightly, but I'm not. I'm never going to leave Edinburgh. I may move on the outskirts of Edinburgh, not to cheaper accommodation and cheaper rent and things like that. But I don't ever want to leave Scotland. No way in hell. I'm certainly never wanting to ever move to England ever again. If it were to move to a different country, it'd probably be like Ireland kind of thing. It'd be definitely into the Celtic, either Ireland or ideally Norway. But I can never afford Norway, so it's like I want to stay here, really here. Had the working in academia help in deep understanding of the world? Has working in academia helped me understand deeper understanding of the world? I don't think so. No. It's given me a nasty insight into how other people work. I don't think everything I credit to academia was purely me having the space to use a library and have that freedom to be independent and have access to a library for a few years and read a lot of books. And with that, it gave me a deeper understanding of the world because I had the freedom to explore. But not everyone takes the same path in academia, and therefore, if they use academia differently, academia does not always equate to that result, if that makes sense. So again, it depends on your study, it depends on how you approach academia. Sorry, there's a bit of a lag. My apologies. I just saw there's another lag. I'm like, no, I'm being really good. I haven't got any tabs. Sorry, I went to hiccup again. I'm hiccup and burp. I'm not doing that again. Maro says Europe is really nice to go to travel by train. I know, I would love to do that. It's just not the easiest thing to do with 2 dogs, kind of thing. I was like, oh, but I would love to go around a lot of Germanic countries and things like that. Hello, Black25. I subscribed to you a while ago and I had no time to watch on your content. Thank you. Do you Irish or Scottish? I'm not sure what do you Irish or Scottish mean. I was like, do I Irish or Scottish? I'm not sure what that means. I'm sorry. I'm in Scotland, and my ancestry is Irish. If that means any sense. Hello, Jeremiah. Congrats on 200k. You've earned every one of those subs. There's your 3,000. I don't know how the idea that, again, I said this at the beginning of the stream, the idea that only 2.5% of my viewership watch my videos, and yeah, I've still got to 200k. Really, I'm so confused. I was like, I shouldn't be here. My numbers do not equate to having a subscriber count this big because my videos are not getting those views. So the idea that I've even got to 200k, I was like, that doesn't mathematically make any sense. This makes no sense that I'm doing this stream like this, but okay, I'll take it. It's very weird. Jeremiah says, I recall you loved Encanto. I did. Did you see Strange World and or Wish? No, I didn't see either of those. they didn't appeal to me. Again, I kind of saw clips and I thought it looks a bit a dorkable kind of approach, and it looks a bit lazy. And from what I've heard about reviews, Wish in particular is a bit lazy. So I have no desire to go see either of them, to be honest. I don't know what. I think the only reason I saw Encanto was because I heard the music, and I heard the song. Oh God, it's what the bigger sister sings. I've literally got all of it, but the all of it but the chorus is coming out of my head. I know it's named after the chorus. Basically, the Strong Girls song. And I really related to that song. Like, I felt like that was written. So that's the only reason I wanted to see that film was because of that song. But actually, I found the film kind of underwhelming. And I thought the music did most of the work. And the actual film itself wasn't very well structured. I'm a European-born national. I actually wanted Brexit, although I didn't vote in the UK because I only preferred to vote in Belgium. I was more. I was interesting to hear people of not. I mean, if I were a European, I would want to get rid of Britain too. To be quite frank, like I wouldn't want Britain either. But as a British person, I would want to stay in Europe. Eleanor, just out of curiosity, are you including movies analysis in your PhD, like Medea? No, I'm not. I'm not including any movies. I have a friend, gone the Le Mépris. Don't get me started on Le Mépris. I remember doing that for my undergraduate. I did a video essay on that. Not video essay, an essay on that video. But I don't. I only do literature. A lot of my friends manage to mix media. I am choosing purely literature in my PhD. Shanaria, I hope that's so that right. Shanaria, hopefully. Not that it is a problem. However, I wondered if you could do black works, as in playwrights, novelists, theorists, African American, their written languages. Yes, I mean, I tend to stick to the ancient world that I know because I don't know a lot about that area. I have a lot of lack of understanding in that area. I read quite a lot of, I include a lot of black theorists in my work at the moment for my PhD and my studies. But I should do more about like novelists. I mean, I don't redo novels in this particular, I'm doing ancient history stuff, but I can stretch myself out to do that more. I did do back in the day, but if I'm being perfectly honest, when I did do talks about black literature back in the day, like we were doing 10 years ago and stuff, it caused a lot of, because I was a white person talking about it, I got a lot of like backlash and going like, this opinion of yours is wrong and this analysis of yours is wrong and you don't understand it, it's not for you. And I got quite a lot of those comments, and it was quite intimidating for me back in the day. And I remember I just did like a video talking about studying, I think it was The Colour Purple, when I was doing my master's, which was over a decade ago. And I just got a lot of like, why is a white woman talking about this? She doesn't understand what she's talking about. And I remember going, okay, whoa, I'm not doing that again. And because it was such a really hot take, like a lot of comments going, why are white people trying to talk about our culture and our literature? And I was just chatting about it. I was studying it at the university, and I think it has really put me off, to be quite frank. I was like, okay, I don't want to talk about anything that I don't want to talk about anything that can like, any ignorance reflects badly on, or people don't want me to talk about it. So I think that really did scare me. I'm pretty sure it was The Colour Purple, or was it? I know I did The Colour Purple at my master's, but I also did. I know I did like 3. What was the other one? Was it The Colour Purple? I'm trying to think which one it was. I'm trying to think of what like I was like studying at the time. I think it may have been actually Beloved as well. I think it may have been about me discussing like, you know, reading Beloved for the first time when it happened. And yeah, I think that I left BookTube quite quickly afterwards because it's becoming quite a toxic place, and I just didn't want to touch it anymore based on that kind of response from the audience. Because I was just like talking about my studying it and like my understanding and like, oh, I found this interesting. It was quite hostile. And then it's made me very reluctant to ever touch on anything that's not kind of Eurocentric, and or white Eurocentric, I should stress, because then I just didn't want to upset any cultures, kind of thing. And I still get the same, you know, when I mispronounce something, you know, a lot of Italians get upset with me, and it's just it's really hard for me to navigate the space, in all honesty. And I think that was a really nasty response. I don't get me wrong, because I love the books, so I wasn't like criticizing the books. I should stress, I'm like, not criticizing them. I loved the books. I found them fascinating, but that response was just really quite a lot of like, why is a white girl talking about this? She doesn't understand anything. And it was really not a nice experience. I was like, you know what, don't ever do it again, kind of thing. And that was again a decade ago, and it kind of still sticks with me. That video went private immediately, kind of thing. And you know, and I'm still complimentary of the books. It was just, I was like, you know what, I can't. I'm too ignorant on a lot of things, and I just don't want to ever affect a culture, kind of thing like that, or people, particularly when it's like very present culture to that community, or any community, kind of thing. So I try and keep it more like really ancient, really far away. I was like, just really, let's go back really far, where I talk about things that, you know, not in living memory or anything like that. Just like push it really far, ancient times away. So I like to do more like ancient African history. I don't know much about it. I had a lovely talk with someone recently, and they recommended, it's right there, I've got like a book on African and Caribbean folk tales, and I'd like to do more about the African and Caribbean folk tales, and explore that. So I have that book there ready for that, because she was from Trinidad, who was speaking with me, and she was telling me about all these people, like all these characters, and I was like, you know what, I really want to see more about this history, and understand it. If you could live in any era, where would it be? Poppy asked. Oh, sorry, I missed a question. I will come back to that question. I would live now. I don't really want to live in any other era. I quite like having vaccinations. I quite like having access to the most up-to-date medicine possible. I like having access to technology and education. I like having access to a bank account as a woman. I like having, whilst there's still a horrific amount of bigotry and horrors in the world, I kind of like that in the country that I happen to be born in, there's a little bit more progression, not that much, but still a little bit. And you know, I feel like, you know, it's like little movements towards a better future. I mean, I say that very lightly, but yeah, I wouldn't want to experience really even more. I'm not affected by massive bigotry at all, and I get really upset. So I can't imagine what actual people who are subjected to that bigotry experience in life. So I don't want to live in a world where it was even worse. Like I don't want to live in that period. I'd rather keep going forward, if that makes sense. So like I just can't think of that kind of horrific stuff going on around me, and being okay. I don't think I'd be mentally okay. And so Aqua asked before that, would you ever consider doing a video on the Bacchae and the Maenads? Yes, I want to do more on the Bacchae and the Maenads. There's a whole cult section in my to-do list of videos that I want to do, and that includes both of them. So I have got them on my list. Hey Jincia, hello, how are you, Mickey? Oh, hello, Mickey. I recently visited Edinburgh for the second time. Yay! I hope to go back. I hope you do, because it's awesome, particularly in autumn, kind of thing. Thank you, Chewy, for saying congratulations. Black25 asks, like, you did a PhD. I haven't done a PhD. I'm doing it. And then, are you something of a psychologist? No, I'm nothing like a psychologist. I am not in the psychology world whatsoever. Bruno says, do you remember the first book that you wanted to read? Not one that you had to read for school. Hugs from Brazil. Yes, the first book that I wanted to read was Chinese Cinderella by Adeline Yen Ma. That's the first one that I was like, this is attracting me, and I cried. If no one's ever read it, it's really upsetting. And I remember that being like my kind of comfort book when I was little, around, I think I was like 11 years old when I read that. And it was a book that I did my speech exam to many years later. So yeah, it was definitely Chinese Cinderella by Adeline Yen Ma. John managed to get a quick run, fridge for the beer. Excellent. Oh, thank you, Spencer. Spencer says your videos have been phenomenal. Sending love back, Spencer, to New York. Do you watch Alex Hexagon? I have no idea who that is. I've never heard of them before. Ramona, if you could travel back in time for a week, okay, we're going for a week, anywhere, when and where would you go? You can go back for, I have to be a whole week in this place, and like anywhere and anytime. Again, this is really hard for me. I'm like, do I really want to experience any of these things firsthand? And like when I'm thinking about like periods or whatnot, you know what? Probably somewhere in the Renaissance, somewhere in like maybe Italy during the Renaissance, just to see Florence before it was a tourist trap, and actually see how people interacted with each other. Obviously, there's no point me going. I didn't speak any Italian, and I'd be fucking useless. But it'd be nice to see like how people actually interacted in a space like that. Yeah, I think it would be like more, or even the 1920s in Paris, when a lot of writers were all just hanging out together. You had like Picasso alongside F. Scott Fitzgerald. But then again, like a lot of them were horrible racists, misogynists. So again, do I really want to be in that sphere? I'm curious by these like exclusive spaces, but at the same time, like, a week is a long time. Even if it's only temporary, that's still a long time. I think maybe some kind of like in the period of Renaissance, maybe in Italy, just out of curiosity. But even then, I'm not that excited by that thought. Even then. I think things very practically, because I'm just like, oh, it'd be really hot. I don't understand anyone. Like, I'm just like thinking, it's like I'm just like killing my own dreams and my own logic, which is a bit stupid. Sapphire says, I've tried several times to read the Divine Comedy, but buying different translations is so rough for me. I only have one translation. Mine is by Simmons. Can't remember their first editions. It's the Oxford World Classics edition that I've got by Simmons. And I'm afraid that's the only translation I know. Translations are a bitch, with all due respect, so I understand that pain. Oh, thank you, Chewy, saying you'll catch up on my content eventually. And poisonous couscous. Thank you so much for the congratulations. Rodolph, sorry. I went to say it a completely different way. That's so interesting. My assignment was to write a paper on a short story. I keep clicking the comments and it blocks the comment, or novella. I had to get special permission for Inferno. I see. That's clever. No, my university was incredibly strict. It was like, oh, it wasn't written by an Englishman. Like even Welsh literature, Irish literature, no. Like nothing. Like Scottish literature, no. It was excluded. It had to be English. It was really irritating. How I missed anyone. So Kyle, hello. Love your Hercules and Boudica videos. Thank you so much. I had Maurice Saxby's The Great Deeds of Superheroes. Hope the NHS can see their way in completing the dentist to perform your surgery for free. Sadly, what I need done is not done by the NHS, so that's why I'm having to pay out of pocket for it. It's too severe for an NHS to cover, unfortunately, which is real pain. So that's why I have to go to orthodontics and oh, that dear. Gigi says, go to a second opinion on your teeth. Some dentists want to scam you. I mean, potentially, but also there's not really that kind of culture here in the UK. Like an NHS dentist has recommended me to go to a particular orthodontist, and they don't get any benefit from recommending that person. It's more of those kind of just situations, unfortunately. Hello, Tob. Hey, Gigi, thank you so much for congratulations. And Opcap. Congratulations, I love your channel. Thank you. I remember you making a video about algorithm killing your channel. Safe to say it's in the past? No, by far from the past. Only 2.5% of my viewers watch my videos. Like my last video got less than, I think it's just hit 5k, which is less than like 2.5% of my audience. The algorithm is definitely killing my channel, and that's why I'm looking for real jobs and going off YouTube eventually, hopefully sooner. Chinsey, my suggestion for your future video topic is Carl Jung's collective unconsciousness and the connection with archetypes. That is far too intelligent for me. I don't really understand that field of, I'm not really into science anyway. I'm not very clever when it comes to psychology. So I am not the right person to be dealing with that topic, I'm afraid. Jada asked, is there a chance to continue your PhD in a few years' time? No, sadly, if you drop out your PhD, you drop out for good, and you'd have to restart it with a new topic, a new supervisor, a new university. I cannot pause my PhD, not for that period of time, and I'm actually not in a position to pause my PhD at all, because you need to. How it works is that you need more serious reasons. Like, running out of money is not a serious enough a reason to leave your PhD. You need to have run out of money before you can ask for a break on your PhD. Like, they want you to go bankrupt first, and then they'll give you some time to take a break. But until you run out of money, you're okay to keep going, is what I found out, which is really, really frustrating, because I don't want to have to go broke to be able to have a pause for my PhD. I'd rather not. I'd rather quit before I go broke, kind of thing. So that's why. Oh no, it jumped all the way down. And now I know I'm really far behind. My apologies. People always criticize me for talking too fast. At the same time, I'm getting through these questions, aren't I? Like, you all kinds of complaints if I'm doing the questions fast enough. Let me see. Oh no, it's gone really far. I'm really far behind. So now I'm just like, where was I? I don't want to miss people. Ba 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 ba. Do. My apologies, dead air. I think I've got myself back where I am. Are there any grants to apply for the PhD? Not that I'm qualified for. A lot of the grants that are available are for very specific circumstances. It's based on the topic you're covering, or the place that you are living, and things like that. And I don't apply for any of them. I don't qualify, I should say, for any of them. So the only thing I can qualify for is applying for grant money to go to see a conference somewhere else. Right now, going to conferences is the last thing on my mind, because I'm like not even able to read a book to be able to study, to be able to do some PhD. So I don't really want to apply for grant money to go and waste more time that I'm not spending on my PhD when I'm falling behind my PhD. So there's nothing for me to apply for, sadly. It's a classics thing. And again, if you're smarter in classics and you have more important research like translation, or you're working on particular text, or you're working with a particular museum or community, then yes, you can apply for grants that they are more relevant. Mine is not useful at all to anyone. Mine is a pointless PhD. It was so funny, my partner said how he was like, the big, you know what, I thought that was my dog barking at first, and it went on too long and then I panicked. Anyway, I know my partner said, it's such a shame that you're having to probably give up your PhD now because of needing to pay for dental work. And he was like, that really sucks that we live in that world. I was like, well, not really, because it's not like I'm giving up an actual important thing. It's like saying, oh no, poor you have to give up your Ferrari to be able to go and pay for your dental work. Like, well, no shit. Like, it's not exactly like it's really important, significant work. It's a self-indulgent personal project that I have been wanting to do for years. It's not significant in the grand scheme of things. I was stupid and selfish and wanted to do this thing for myself, saved up enough money. Turns out I'm too poor to do it full time, or to do it at all. So my own fault, really. It's like, oh no, I have to give up my Ferrari, It's not a big a deal. It's a very privileged position to have to like give up my PhD for dental work. It's not like it's a significant loss to the world or anything other than myself. John says my life is organized, is organized everything except it's really almost organized chaos. Yes, exactly. My life is organized chaos. Like, I have all my notebooks, but no one can understand my notebooks. Like, to me, my notes make sense. Like, if someone were to look at my notebooks, they're like, that makes no sense. To me, it makes perfect sense, but to other people, it makes no sense. It's one of those things. Have you read Le Comte de MC by Dumas? A French film adaptation is in July. I'm trying to... No, because I've only read The Count of Monte Cristo. That's not the Comte de MC, no, it won't be, was it? I'm afraid I can't translate. I'm not very clever. Oh, it is The Count of Monte Cristo. See, and that's what I mean. When people say to me, like, I'm very open about saying I'm quite a stupid person. Yeah, I have read The Count of Monte Cristo. I'm just too stupid to know the French version of it. What did you ask? A French film adaptation? Oh, it's coming out in July. But I have read the book, so I will be ready for the adaptation. But I never go to see films, quite honestly. But if I see it, at least I can see it, and with guilt-free that I have already read the book beforehand. Boop. Geeky Cat Lady says, "Love your content. I'm especially enjoying Divine Comedy." Thank you so much. I have already filmed the third adaptation, but I'm not able to edit it in time until the week after next, I'm afraid, or maybe the end of next week. Maybe I can get it in for the weekend. That's what I'm hoping for. Anyway, do you have multiple editions of certain books? I have 3 editions of Lord of the Rings. I do. I have a couple of editions of Moby Dick, and then I think I've got a couple of editions of like the Jane Austen works, because everyone like kept buying me different editions, so I like different editions. I have got rid of a lot of them that I didn't really find particularly interesting, and obviously I have different editions of like the Odyssey and the Iliad, but they're just different translations, so it's slightly different rather than just front covers. And then I think that's pretty much it. I think where there's been an overlap is if Coralie Bickford Smith, who's a book designer that I love, released a book that I already own, but I love her design. I will probably buy that design as well. But it's been a while. Lovian says, sorry, I'm butchering your name. Okay, for modern music, because I was saying I don't listen to music, but no music at all. Yeah, I'm not a music person. When people say like, oh, I could never give up music, I was like, you could easily take music out of my life for 3 years and I would probably not notice. Like, I'm not someone who listens to music at all. I'm a bit weird. I'm just a bit weird. I find it quite irritating, music. So I find it irritating in a shop. I find it irritating if I'm by myself. I find it irritating. Like, it's more triggering to me. And it could be pop music, it could be classical, particularly a lot of classical, where it just gets really loud and really fast suddenly. I find it just too overwhelming. So I'm not really a music person. John says, being out of the loop is only natural for people who are into niche genres, so nothing to be ashamed of, in my opinion. At least I don't listen to most mainstream music. Yeah, a lot. I mean, I'm just out of the loop. And then Karen says, I only listen to bands on YouTube. I have no idea what's on the radio nowadays. I mean, I'm the exact same. Also, Mandy, so I'm only just getting to a question. I'm sorry, I'm far behind. Question, I'm doing research for my new book. In your professional opinion, how many penises does Cerberus have? I think one. Like, if I were going to... How do you water? That was really funny. I think it's one. Like, funny. Oh, hello, sweet pea. I'm so glad you're watching. Thank you for watching. Forden says, do you have any intentions to cover Inanna's descent myth? I don't have that on my list. I can add it to my list because I've not popped that down. I've got like this stupid long Notion list. So I will add that through. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Neil. 199. Thank you so much. Just piping in to say congrats. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. The Okuki. There's so many vowels. Hold on. The Ikiku. No, the Akiko. I literally went through every single vowel apart from A. Have you ever thought of making an illustrated book? No. I have no plans on making any book, particularly an illustrated book. I can no longer draw, for a start. I don't actually know how you get through that when you... Obviously, a publisher clearly wants you, and then they put you up with an illustrator. That's never going to happen. That's never going to happen. I'm not that networked to ever do kind of a book like that. Leslie said, thank you for the mini rant about J.K. Rowling. And other people are talking about like the horrific transphobia that's happening right now online. It is, ugh, it makes me feel sick. It makes you just feel sick that just so much fucking blatant ignorance. It just makes me feel really That's what I mean. I couldn't go in the past. I'm like, I'm fucking irritated with people in my present. Why would I want to go to even more bigoted, racist, misogynistic past? I'd rather not. Thanks. Like, I'm already really fucking irritated with people. I don't want to go any further back. The 90s is too far back for me. Question. Hello, Ephesus. Would you consider doing a video on the history of occultism, paganism, non-Christian religions during the rise of the Christian take in Europe? Yes, I'd like to cover that eventually in like, sorry, I'm a bit hot. The things that I'm doing. So I think it wouldn't be like a whole video on the history of, you know, occultism and things like that as I go through. But it would punctuate other videos, if that makes sense, rather than like an overall. Boob. Let me see. Where was I? I've jumped the questions again. No, I've clicked the wrong tab. Okay, there we go. We Catalyst says, can't show any biases in academic writing is a dangerous path. There's no objectivity, and such a hard it goes on to stand with her standpoint theory. Advisor should be. I suppose it is really hard. I can understand why people are asking for like no biases in academic writing, and I can see the benefit of it. At the same time, I don't think it's always possible. I think biases will come out regardless, like based on the topics that you discuss and things like that, or how you manage to handle things. I do it more subtly in my PhD. Obviously, it'll never get published because I'm not going to finish it. But, you know, I've been making sure that when I use theorists, if I'm using theorists, particularly with feminism theory, I tend to look at new theorists, or like lesser ones that haven't been authenticated by academia. You have the same repeat names come up over and over again, and I was like, and there's quite a lot of like wonderful women of color, Black, Asian feminists who have written really important stuff that hasn't been authenticated and made official by the canon, by academia, and a lot of non-binary writers, a lot of queer writers as well, and they are the theorists that I tend to employ, just so if I ever were to finish it, at least I could be part of a system which authenticates and authorizes these people to be now in the academic mainstream, so their names get published and maybe potential other people go, oh, I can use that because this academic referred to them, so therefore it's legit. Either it's just bullshit, it's just some one academic picking someone and then someone else go, oh, now it's legitimized kind of thing. So why was I talking about that? Oh, there was a week outlet. I was like, I went on an ADHD rant. Poppy asks, any party trick that might surprise us? No. I am the most talentless piece of crap in the world. Like, I can't even touch my toes. Like, I have nothing. I can't dance. I can't sing. I can't touch my toes. I can't do anything. I was way more talented when I was younger, when I could, like, draw and, like, act. And now I'm just like, no. I may be able to. No, I can't even do. I was going to say that I may be able to recall a date of an event, but no, I wouldn't. Like, I wouldn't be able to do that. On the topic of video ideas, I'd still love to see a history of board games video. Oh, yes, I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me. That is something that I wanted to do. Someone said get a tattoo of Polyphemus. That'd be such a funny one. Just big eye. Paul says, what's your opinion on Emily Wilson's translations of Homer? I really like them, Paul. I mean, I'm using both of her translations in my thesis, primarily because I'm doing women's writing anyway, so I thought I'll use as many women's translators as my backdrop, because not only does it help in terms of keeping on sync with what I'm talking about, my topic, with choices that women make when they are telling stories. I really enjoyed her. I think they flow well. I think her decisions are really poignant. The only pain in the arse is that, because particularly with her Iliad, her line references, it's the same with Stephanie McCarter's translation of Ovid's Metamorphosis. Her line references are very different from the OG line references. So then people say to me, you got the line references wrong. I'm like, no, it's Stephanie's version. It's the real line reference, I promise you. And it's just like, that's my only pain in the arse with a lot of these more modern ones, is that they've taken more liberty with line references. And then people who've been in the field for like decades, I've got like, you've got the line references for this event wrong. I'm like, no, I haven't. I promise you I haven't. It's just it's just a modern translation. Woodman says, I like to get drunk and do Shakespeare. Well, you would love that Fringe show, Shit Face Shakespeare. which is when one actor every night get completely shit-faced and they do the play. And every time I've seen it, it's absolutely brilliant. Like, the first time I ever saw it, Juliet was so drunk, she refused to die, and they had to change the end of the play. My friend went and saw it, I think one of the Montagues was drunk, and he decided to delimb everyone. So he went on stage and like, I've chopped off your arms and legs. He's so drunk. So everyone had to then perform the rest of Romeo and Juliet crawling across the floor, pretending they had no arms and legs, because one of the characters, dismembered them. So it's a very good show. If anyone gets to see Shit-Faced Shakespeare, highly recommend it. Jackie says, my boyfriend watched Oppenheimer like 3 times in a weekend. I kind of relate, Jackie. I watched Oppenheimer twice in a weekend. I relate to that a lot. I went to saw Oppenheimer once, and then I went to see it again straight away. Like, I was like, okay, I'll go. Boopity boop. Sorry, I say boopity boop all the time when I'm like talking to myself or thinking of things. R&B stuff. I think it'd be cool if people did Shakespeare in a complete gender bend. I mean, a lot of people do. It's quite a popular thing to do. Top says, I didn't know you had tattoos. That's so cool. Speaking of someone who got 2 tattoos and counting, I've had... Hold on, how many do I have? I've had 1 removed and covered up. Oh, I'm trying to remember my own tattoos. I think I have 6, but I've had 7. But I had 1 lasered over and removed. So I've had 7, but I only have 6. I think that's why I get a bit confused. I was like, you kind of get used to them and you can't remember what they are. I just forget I have them sometimes. And then someone sees a flash of them. I'm like, oh. I keep them all kind of under my clothing. Because again, lots of prejudices around tattoos. Would you rather go deep sea or deep space? Fuck no to either. I'd rather go neither. If I had to choose, Rosie, I would rather go deep space. There's less likely of pressure completely imploding the submarine that I am in. I was like, that's literally my deepest fear of that happening. And then it happened last year or the year before. And I was like, see, that's why I don't go in the water. I was like, people think I'm a coward. No, I'm a realist. Chewy says, what do you have a favourite folktale archetype? Like Cinderella stories, Red Riding Hood stories, Bluebeard stories? Or if you don't, what's your favourite piece of folklore subversion in media? Ooh, How would I describe what my favourite folklore archetype is? Basically, as grim as it sounds, I like death. And I like death. I weirdly like stories that talk about death in folklore. And I like old women in folklore as well. And I just kind of as a kid, I was kind of weirdly like, ooh, are they going to die? I was like, oh, they didn't die. I like the addition of Red Riding Hood when they get eaten. And I think my favourite subversion is Roald Dahl's fairy tales. His version of Red Riding Hood and his version of the Three Little Pigs were right up my alley because they were gruesome and grim, and they kind of took all the things that I liked about it and kind of leaned into it. So there was more death and Roald Dahl. So I was like, yeah, I really like the dark death bits. I've always been very weird. Regarding webcomics, do you like Punderworld? I've never heard of Punderworld. To be honest, I'm kind of not very clued up on anything cultural speaking at all, online, etc. So I'll have to look into that. Punderworld. Hello, Lewis. Currently busy, so can't hang much. Oh no, I've probably missed you. I'm so slow. I'm so sorry. Love your content. Oh, thank you so much. That's really kind of you. Oh, sorry, Annie. I also didn't say goodbye to you. Goodbye and good night. Thank you for joining. Elisa said, how much do you think of the Roman Empire? Not that much. I completely missed this trend of how often do you think of the Roman Empire? I really don't think about it often. I was like, I don't know why people are thinking of the Roman Empire at all. I study classics. I really don't think of the Roman Empire. I know, bless her, my supervisor apparently asked her husband this because her students asked her it. She's like, I have to ask my husband. And then she asked her husband it and he went, every time I look at you. um, yeah, I don't. I genuinely don't. Oh, Camping in Space says, I've been reading The Diaries of Franz Kafka. It's my first time reading his genre. Do you have any author diaries, or are there any author diaries that you would recommend? I'm afraid I haven't read any that I know of. I don't think I've read any author diaries, I'm afraid, at all. So I'm afraid I am useless in that category. Yeah, completely useless. I can't think of any if I have. No, I'm afraid I'm very ignorant and uncultured in that area. So I drink with when I'm wearing lipstick, but it'll get everywhere if I don't drink it the funny way. Are you playing video games? I like horror video games, and my partner does not. So I play horror, and he hides. And then we played one together recently, and it was so fun. Because he actually played, and I was like, yeah, I'm so proud of him. And that was Little Hope. And we've also just played that Get Out of Jail one. What's it called? I think it's like Breakout. We played that one together, and we're playing another one I think it's called It Takes Two. But if I play video games myself, it's horror, but I don't own any video game equipment. So it was purely when I go to my partner's house and I play the video games. I don't have any of myself. Oh, thank you. I just saw like age is just a number, Chinzia. I think you and Felicity have wonderful personalities. You're very kind. Thank you. I'm Black 25. I'm from England. I'm genetically Irish. I'm from England and I live in Scotland. Just for clarification. Oh, Witchfire, that's really incredibly generous. Thank you. You said just making a small dent in the dentistry woes. Oh, thank you. Just, don't get me started. I had really big dental surgery last year. I had a gum graft, and it cost me like £2,500, and it's failed. So I have to have it done again. I was like, no. But then to get it done again, I have to have some teeth extracted to be able to have braces, to be able to then do my gum graft. It's like, dang around. I was like, I don't want it though. I don't want it. They're like, your teeth will fall out. I'm like, okay, fine. Like, fine. We'll do it. Fucking diseases. I hate them. Ruth is back to work. It was wonderful chatting. Thank you, Ruth, for joining. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Ruth. Oh no, I keep doing that. Boop. Oh, 1795 said, you have helped regain my pleasure with reading after a bad experience in school and academia. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you so much. Can you help me with mine? Can you help me figure out mine, please? Because I have no one to help me. Will the recording of the stream be uploaded? Yes, I will leave it up for anyone to watch later. So it'll be there. Jules says, I'm writing a vampire novel right now, and your videos on Lilith and Gothic literature helped with research. Thank you. I hope it helps. I hope it helps a lot. Have you ever read any of Anne Rice's books, Interview with a Vampire? Do you enjoy her writing? No. I'm not really into the vampire genre, I think. Like, whilst I love the history of it, I've never read them. I have watched an Interview with a Vampire. I was very young. I think I was only like 9 years old. But I enjoyed it. I remember as a 9-year-old it went on a bit long. I remember at one point I was like, okay, it's going on. Maybe it was just a 9-year-old brain. I was like, I remember not liking the ending that much. Like, it dragged a bit in the middle. I really enjoyed it, the actual film, so I assume I probably liked the book. And I've heard she's a very good writer. It's not someone that I've ever read. I would just say listened and read. I meant read. John says Scotland is at the moment the only place I would like to travel to. Come travel. Go to Scotland. Scotland is beautiful. And the whiskey pilgrimage to Islay is another thing I'd like to do. So with my partner, we plan to one day go to Islay together for whiskey. Just purely for whiskey. Whiskey trips to Islay and beaches, because Islay's beaches are incredible. Thank you. This is a long time ago, but someone's finally told me the song that I couldn't think of was just Surface Pressure. I couldn't think of the title. Yay! I said Neve's name correctly like an hour ago, and I just caught up. But I said it correctly, thank God. Thank you. Right. Where are other things that I'm making sure I can catch up on any questions that I... have you looked into Epic the Musical? No, I've never even heard of Epic the Musical. That sounds very cool. It's about the Odyssey. That sounds very cool. I've never heard of that at all. Tea or coffee? Tea. I'm not really a coffee drinker. It does nothing for me. I'm not entirely a fan of coffee, and if I'm being perfectly honest, I prefer milk. So if I have like a latte, it's really the milk I'm there for, not and I mean soy. I'm a vegan, so it's really like the soy milk. I was like, I like the soy milk, and really the coffee. And even then, when I go out, I tend to get a matcha latte because matcha is my favorite thing. I love matcha. But yeah, coffee, no, not really for me. Have you ever gotten into Latin American literature? Yes. Yes, I love Borges. It's like, yes. I do love a Latin American literature. And I believe, let me just double check this before I say it out. Boop, she is, isn't she? Making sure. You know, he's like, you suddenly just like, no. Okay, that's where I got a bit confused. So I love Clarice Lispector, and I was like, Clarice Lispector, is she Brazilian? Or have I made that up? She's Ukrainian Brazilian, so she published in Brazil, and wrote a lot of her work. I remember her writing a lot of her stories set of her in Brazil, so I was like, was she Brazilian? Because that name doesn't sound Brazilian. So even though she's not actually Brazilian. But I'd like to read more. I would like to do more in Latin American because I've always found their history and culture really interesting. Hello, Benjamin. Greetings from New Zealand. My God, that's so far away. That's so far. And hello to all the happy squirrels. I like that name. Eleanor says, did you enjoy the opening ceremony of the Olympic Games? It did include a few ancient history references, like Bacchus and the goddesses. So I didn't watch it. Unfortunately, I've only seen it secondhand from the news. So I saw the Marie Antoinette bit with the metal band. I thought that was very, very cool. And I saw the drag show section with the ancient history reference. And I then found it really funny that the second it was like, oh, they insulted Christianity. And I was like, and I looked at the picture and went, how is that Christianity? Like, for starters, he only had 12 disciples, right? There's like 20 people. I was like, immediately, I looked at that and was like, there's no way that's Christianity. I did not even think it was Christianity because there was like too many people there for a start. I was like, they know how to count. The Christians know how to count, right? That's more than 12 disciples. It's like literal 20 people, a minimum. I think I counted there was like 20 on either side and a central person, like 21 people. So I immediately thought it was like more of a, like, I just thought it was a drag show. I didn't even think it was meant to be religious. I was like, oh, it makes way more sense that they're doing the Greek gods. Like, that makes way more sense. The last thing I would have put them is Christianity. I was like, Christians don't, with all due respect, you don't own the table, right? You don't own the symbol of the table. I was like, they had tables back in ancient times. The gods had tables then too. I just thought it really funny. I was like, how is that Christianity? Particularly with the Dionysus who was like blue. I was like, I thought I gave it away. That was really funny. But I didn't actually see the thing. I saw it more from secondhand articles and videos reacting to it. I saw it really funny. I was just so funny. I was like, it's one of the situations. Like, it's not always about you guys. There's been so many cultures before us, and even then, that's a Eurocentric take. Hi, Jinsia. Hi, Nada. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Saw your channel a few days ago, so happy. Thank you so much. Your video about masking helped me a lot. Oh, thank you. I'm glad that helped. Oh, hello, Mexico City, Leon. Hello. What is your opinion about the LGBT movement in the most recent situation on the Olympic Games? I mean, I think I just said that. I don't think it's really a big deal. I think it was funny that everyone just wants to be offended. It's everyone on the internet wants to be angry all of the time, and everyone thinks they're doing something by being angry. And I was like, I just don't understand how people have this much. Could you imagine if the energy was put elsewhere? Like, could you imagine? Like, with all due respect to people who are like, oh, this really offends me because of my, this religion, my religion, whatever that religion may be. And I was like, do you put this much effort into your actual religion? Like, do you actually put this much effort into your community, into your church, or whatever religious building do you do? Do you like spend this much time volunteering with your religious organization, or do you just bitch about it on Twitter and be offended on behalf of other people? I was like, could you imagine if like people like really, really invested in their cultures, like really invested in like, I was just like, people just want to be offended online. I just think it's stupid. I think it's really funny. I was like, if it doesn't hurt anyone, it doesn't bother me at all. Would you find any fiction in the media of Greek mythology hard to watch, as they tend to make things inaccurate? I mean, you can't. I mean, Time Lords. I mean, it's Greek mythology. It's not accurate. In my opinion, I'm like, you can't be accurate with Greek mythology because there's no such thing as accurate Greek mythology. Like, it's not accurate. There's no such thing as an original source, and because there's so many versions of a source in Greek mythology, is a process of reception. There's no such thing as an original. It is a process of reception. Every single writing is different for a reason, because everyone took it and changed it to how they wanted it to be. Every ancient writer did that from the Greeks. Every Greek writer, Hellenistic writer, Romans did it. Everyone has changed it. It is a process of changing things. So Greek mythology you can do whatever the fuck you want with it. Like, it was like, it's like, without obviously like offending the culture, but again, it's like, you can play with the concepts of Greek mythology because that's what it was there for. Like, people play. It wasn't like it was a Bible and people like lived by the Bible. It was just a process of storytelling and being able to tell myths in whatever way the storyteller wanted to tell it. So I don't think there's such a thing as getting Greek mythology wrong. History, on the other hand, can be a little bit irritating. You know, the llamas in the Troy film really irritated me. I was like, why are the llamas? Why are there llamas in Troy? These creatures that wouldn't have ever intersected with ancient civilization for another 1,000 fucking years. Like, what are they doing in Troy? Things like that irritate me more, but it's not even like irritating, it's just like really funny. Or like in Gladiator, like I only saw the beginning because it was a bit too gruesome for me, but you know, he had SPQR tattooed on him and he wouldn't have had that, you know, he would have had his regiment number and things like that. Like, he would have had numbers, not SPQR. And it was just like, that I will notice and then be like, oh, okay. But Greek myths, you can do whatever you want. It doesn't faze me. And isn't there there's gonna be a new show with Jeff Goldblum, isn't it? Like, about the Greek gods. So I'm really looking forward to that. I think what's it called? I can't remember what it's called, but it sounds really good. I was like, yeah, play with it. I like it. I've got hiccups. I'm so sorry. Morning from Auckland. Hello, Jackie. God, I hope I pronounced your name right. I'm so sorry. I've been watching your videos for a few years now and really enjoyed it. Oh, I've got hiccups. I'm so sorry, guys. Let's go like really loud down the microphone. Be careful if you're wearing headphones. Boo boo boo, am I missing any questions? Like, trying to catch up on people, I'm so sorry. I recommend to you The Palace of Illusions by Chitra Divakaruni. How about I said that? It's a retelling of the Mahabharata. That sounds really interesting. The Palace of Illusions, thank you. I will copy and paste it. Hopefully, if I lag, I'm so sorry, guys. I'm opening another tab to paste this in. Don't lag. Thank you, Old Witch, for popping in to say congratulations. And thank you, Black, for saying Alex Hexagon is an education channel. I will check them out. Boop. I knew it lagged. I could see it then. I was like, damn it. Hi, congratulations on 200k. I'm having a beer and breaking from writing my dissertation. Oh yeah, I should be doing that too. I should be writing my dissertation too. But I was like, I know I'm not going to be on. I'm not going to be able to do a live for the next week. So I was like, I'll do it now whilst I can. Boop. I jumped. No, I was doing so well at keeping up to date with being far away. I wasn't up to date, but I was keeping on track with the things that I left behind. So I felt like I was actually doing a good job. So I got a really loud laugh. And I just realised like it's really irritating. I'm so sorry. Oh no, I've lost where I am. No, I know I'm really far behind, but still. Oh, I think I've caught up. I think I've not caught up at all, but I think I've got some pace. Thank you so much, Boy Tiger Rockin' for the $5. Thank you so much. That's really generous of you. Thank you. I don't want to miss that. Boobity-boob. About the week question, I love to go to Victorian London. I'm moderately obsessed with Sherlock Holmes and Oscar Wilde, and I probably survive a week as a queer woman. I'm so queer. That's really funny. That's a good answer to that. How many hours a week are you spending on your PhD? Not enough. I'm meant to be spending like 17 hours a week on my PhD, and basically I'm not doing that. So that's all I can even say. I was like, Mara asked, do I want to write any books? No, I have no interest in writing any books, really. I mean, I theoretically do, but I know it won't ever get published. And I kind of like, I don't have the headspace about when I'm doing my PhD to even think about the future. I was like, I don't have the headspace to think about the future. And I don't think I'm a very good writer, if I'm being quite honest. So I know where my strengths lie. My strengths lie more in like researching. So ideally, I'd like to research for other people in the future, and do that kind of back end work, or mediating knowledge. I'm good at disseminating knowledge. They're my two things. I don't think writing a book is one of my strengths. Thank you, Em, for saying amazing content. Thank you so much. WeCatla says the US handled breaks in PhD differently, and you basically transfer any work for some amount of credit, so you don't have to start over. Damn, that'd be so useful. No, you don't get that in the PhD. You have to start again in the UK. You leave and you have to start again, which I wouldn't be able to afford to do because I'm already $8,500 down, and I'm not going to be able to spend another $8,500 down to do again. Phoenix says, I really love your history and classic books video. Oh, thank you. And I have been trying to, I keep clicking them. I've been trying to get into reading historical books. What classic books do you recommend for beginners? I think, do you mean classic as in ancient classics? I think so. I mean, I would generally say it's all suitable for beginners. I'm not saying this to be like, I think because a lot of people have made a lot of elitism around it, people get scared. It's not like you're starting the Marvel universe in the middle by watching like Thor Ragnarok or something random. It's not like you're reading any classical text isn't going to throw you off and like, I've missed most of the universe, or starting Grey's Anatomy now and wondering like what the hell's happened for the past 20 years. You won't be that thrown off by anything. So starting basically anywhere you want to will be absolutely fine. You know, you're going to be able to read the Odyssey randomly. You're going to be able to read the Iliad before the Odyssey. You're going to be able to read the Odyssey before the Iliad. You're going to be able to read Plato's Republic before you read the Odyssey. Like, you can read it all in any order. So whatever interests you, sounds most interesting the most, that's where you should start. It's not like it's modern philosophy, which makes you want to blow your brain out like Kant. And you're like, what's he talking about? And then you're suddenly reading, you know, Merleau-Ponty's, you know, works. I can't remember, literally his phenomenology, that's it. I was like, the words were out of my head. And like, so what the fuck is he talking about? It's not like modern philosophy where you're confused by what they're referencing. I think with classical texts, you can basically start anywhere you want, and it doesn't really matter. And if anything, I'd recommend starting with things like Homer, because like reading like Apollonius, maybe a little bit more bitty and not that entertaining to read. Apollonius is more interesting once you've read like more substantive works. So yeah, things like that I would recommend. Bob. Hello, Chinzia, first time commenting on the live stream. Hello, Anon. I'm an independent scholar specializing in young and is it Pierce metaphysics and depth psychology. Have you given ChatGPT and tried study assistant? No, I have. I have not tried ChatGPT. I don't even think AI can help me. I think I'm too far gone. I think nothing can help me, not even more advanced AI. Josh says, congrats on 200k. What's an interesting piece of classical literature that you think modern authors and filmmakers should take advantage of? Ooh. What could more modern authors? I think authors are kind of ripping apart ancient texts at the moment. I mean, most of it hasn't been untouched. But you know what? I think more Sappho. I think more people can get out of Sappho than they're trying. Or Hypatia. I think more people can deal with looking at the actual women writers of the time and women philosophers and what they had to offer. I mean, most of it's been done. Like, most of it's been tapped into, but I would say the women have kind of like been left untouched, really. Not the women mythological creatures, people, you know, actual women, you know, who were writing at the time, and women's experiences in the ancient world. I don't think they are really touched on by authors and filmmakers. Megan says, oh, sorry for spelling your name wrong. Do not worry about it. It jumped, sorry. Oh, struggling. Don't worry. I deal with my pain by laughing at it. He's like, I'm sorry for you're struggling. I was like, it's fine. Make sure I'm getting to questions. I will get there one day, people. Mimi just said, I'm about to finish my PhD. Yay! Well done. That's amazing. I just want to say thank you for videos you make about loneliness and dating. It's helped me a lot. Sorry. It's not the best place to say it. Oh no, Mimi, that's so lovely. Thank you so much. I'm glad they helped. All Happy Squirrels says, I can't imagine dealing with grad school right now. I know I should, but I just can't make myself go into debt with the workload right now. I applaud anyone for doing it. I applaud anyone who's doing a better job than I did as well. You finish. Matasa said, I hope you find a job that allows you to stay on YouTube. It wouldn't be the same without you. Thank you. I mean, Jamie, if I get a job, I won't be staying on YouTube because I can't do a job and PhD and YouTube, but I need more stable income, and YouTube is not that thing. Like, getting only 5,000 views in a video is not stable enough to live on. Like, we're talking about less than £20 for a video. Like, I think I earned probably around £11 in the last video. I'm like, yeah, I can't really live off that. I need more stable, particularly for the amount of work I'm putting into them. So I'm afraid I would leave YouTube until if I finish my PhD. Like, ideally, I'd like to get a job that I have secure income so I can actually do my PhD. And then if I could finish my PhD in like 3 years' time, then I could return to YouTube. I wouldn't be relevant, but let's face it, I'm not getting the views anyway right now, so it doesn't really change anything. Tove says, man, I know this has been a lifelong dream for you to commit a PhD, but I commend you for making a lot of sacrifice for a good and willing to walk away. But one more door opens, if another one closes. Yeah, hopefully, maybe. I haven't got the highest of hopes, to be honest, but I'm more pessimistic. Georgie says, are there any books you recommend on autism? Also, what's your experience with getting a diagnosis? No, Geordie, I'm not diagnosed with autism. I'm still on the waiting list after a year. It's a long waiting list. But I did like Devon Price's work on unmasking autism, and I know, I think there's this Unmasking Autism. There's Unmasking Autism is one book. I don't think it's Devon Price's. Devon Price, there is a book called Unmasking Autism, and it's got a green cover. I swear to God. I swear it's called Unmasking. I think Devon Price is called Unmasking Autism. But now I'm scared to Google it, because then I'll lag on the internet. But Devon Price, I think, is a great starting point for autism books and what I read. I can't really I'm saying Devon Price. I read another one recently. I didn't find that as good. So that's why I'm not recommending it anyway. I'm not going to search my Audible for it because I don't think I recommend it. So I'm still thirsty and I have no water. Hold on. If you don't mind me taking a wee break to go get some water, it's only right behind me. But I'm very thirsty. Right. She's back with water. There we go. Though I'm a child, I can't have water by itself. I need to have some cordial. That's why my water is slightly pink. Okay, let's carry on finding where my things are. Someone asked, I said about how I don't really find music. I don't find audiobooks as frustrating because I'm there to listen to the audiobooks. Whereas I don't just listen to music. Because when music's playing, you're meant to be doing something else normally. So if music's playing, you're in the gym and you're meant to be working out. Or you're meant to be, you're very rarely, maybe it's just my situation. I don't think many people, there are people who just sit there and listen to music, so I've got hiccups, and do nothing else but listen to the music. and I can't just sit still and just listen to music. So if I'm trying to do something else, I find music really distracting. So I'm just like, which file? And then I heard Neurotribes is similar title. That's another one that I've heard is good. I have not read it, so I can't personally recommend it. But it's on my Audible list. I have got it on Audible. Time Lord, think Dante's Inferno could ever be adapted for screen, or as a play possible? As a play would be impossible, but also upset modern sensibilities. You know what? Whilst you would think Dante's Inferno may be impossible, I did see a stage production of Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, and it was incredibly well done. And they covered the entirety of it, and they did it in Middle English, and they didn't rob of anything. They did it using a lot of, like, obviously second characters, so it's like a lot of people playing different characters. They used puppetry in it as well. It was incredibly well done. So whilst it wouldn't be a very serious take, I think you could do like a puppet version of Dante's Inferno, but like using puppets and like the devil kind of thing, like monsters on stage. I think that would work actually really, really cool. Oh, thank you. Louis said, give some extra love to your dogs. Thank you. They will appreciate that. I can buy them snacks with that. Make sure I'm not missing any questions. Have you ever watched videos from Gnostic Informants channel? No, I've never heard of them either. I'm not very clued up on the internets. Gnostic Informants, I will look them up. Okay, I've never heard of them. Thank you, William. Thank you for the love. And also, you are here, Diversity 900. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. You're very sweet. Thank you. Sorry if I'm like, you donated and I didn't reply fast enough. I'm sorry, I was doing it all in order, so apologies that was ages ago and you're like, she rudely ignored my donation. Do you find Norse gods and their stories as interesting as Roman and Greek? I haven't spent any time with them, if I'm being perfectly honest. When I have listened to some Nordic mythology on an audiobook, I wasn't that enamored. But again, it's just more how it's being told. I'm not a massive fan of really old school fantasy. And I feel like Norse mythology leans into that like kind of old school fantasy vibe. Because obviously that's kind of the OG. And you kind of get that Odin did this and blah, 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 blah. And I was like, that really bores me. I was like, I don't like it in fantasy. I was like, I feel like it was like the same. So I wasn't really a fan when I listened to it. To the point that I can't even remember which tale I listened to. Maybe I should get into it more. It hasn't just naturally appealed to me, like aesthetically or interesting. Like it hasn't piqued my interest. Oh, Megan says, you inspire me so much. I love your learning and you inspire me to indulge my curiosity. That's amazing. Thank you. But also take more credit for yourself. Like I don't think people are that inspired by, like say me. I think it's inspired something in them that already exists. So give yourself more credit there. Thank you, Agnieszka. I hope I pronounced that correctly. And if not, I'm so sorry, but thank you. Weekend says you're not untalented. Yes, I am. Gary says, will you do Finnegan's Wake and its backstory? If I ever finish my PhD, I would. I'm not doing Finnegan's Wake whilst I'm doing a PhD. If I finish my PhD, which I probably won't, so probably next year I'll do Finnegan's Wake after I drop out my PhD. Can you do a video on purgatory states in different religions, especially Abrahamic religions? I will. I can look into that definitely, because again, I like looking into like afterworlds and afterlives and things like that and that kind of culture. So I can definitely look into that. Top's like, tasteless is the last word I would use to assign you. I am the most tasteless person you can imagine. I have no taste. The amount of times people are like looked at, like, say, if I do have like music on my phone, they'll look at it and they go, you have like no music taste. Or like I'll talk about something that I listen to and they go, you have no taste in theatre. Or you have no, like they think I'm more cultured than I am and they hear it and like, John says, managed to catch you alive. Love your stuff. Thank you so much. A Time Lord says, is there any ancient mythology you would like to know more about? Yes, I actually like to know more about Indian and Hindu and Sikh mythology, because I learned a lot about it in school, and that's what really got me into mythology talking, was learning about Sikh and Hindu mythologies. And it's just not something I had the confidence to do by myself, because again, I don't know, like, I can't pronounce a lot of the words. And that always scares me as dyslexic, kind of like going into this thing. But it was something I like to look at like later, after I've done like my ancient Greek kind of thing. Once I either quit or finish my PhD, it's something I like to look more into. Do you use Discord? No, I hate it. I don't like it. I don't like the look of it. I don't like the layout of it. I only ever go on Discord to play D&D, because my D&D campaigns are held on Discord, and that's the only time I ever go on. I do not go on Discord. I was like, I'm there to use the free video cam. That's it. Mm. Oh my god, why is water so good? Why is water so good? It makes me so happy. Hello, Winter Burden. I love to see you. Thank you for joining the live. Teen, I'm behind, but please consider posting some of your more controversial videos. I enjoyed hearing you a bit shared about J.K. Rowling. Whilst I have a lot of controversial opinions in terms of like, oh, you know, it's going to get people upset. Because I'm very socialist. I'm very, you know, left leaning. And, you know, it winds people up, particularly. I don't mind riding at racists, I'm all honest. I get a lot of racists on my Atlantis videos. I'm just like, I do not care about winding up a lot of homophobes and white supremacists. They can be wound up all they like. It's more like the J.K. Rowling lot are almost, I can't even explain it. They can see it as, they can destroy people's lives. Whereas I don't feel like, with all due respect, like homophobes and racists can it's really hard to explain. I have no sympathy for any bigots in any shape or form, but some of them I actually feel way more. I can't just deal with the back and forth, because also with like the people who think Atlantis is real and all that crap, they're kind of to the point of mockery at where they stand with a lot of their viewpoints on things, to the point that it's almost cartoonish in what they believe. With people like J.K. Rowling and stuff, I know I have a lot of LGBTQ plus followers, and if I were to do a video like that, it would obviously incite a lot of TERFs. And whilst they'd be attacking me primarily, there would be people in my audience who would be part of those communities who would see comments from creatures like that. And I can, I do hide the really horrific racist and like anti-Semitic stuff and homophobic stuff that I get on my channel, because I do get those, particularly on like the Atlantis videos. I don't think I could handle the amount of the wealth of hatred for a video format. I can handle in the dribs and drabs of these kind of psychotic people, with all due respect. And I can like get those off so people with my community don't see those things and they're not exposed to them. But if I made a video about it, people in my community would be immediately exposed to them in this space. And I had it on my second channel, where I did a video, which I thought was a completely harmless video, about how, I got rejected for like 60 times by over 60 men over a 3-year period of dating. I went on like 80 dates. And I probably I rejected like 20, and I would say 60 plus rejected me. And that's just how dating works. You go on a date and you kind of sit there and you go, we don't really have much in common, do we? And then the guy will say like, sorry, I'm not fitting it. I'm like, absolutely fine. It's clear that we just don't have much in common. There's no vibes, there's no chemistry. It's kind of like not that deep. I made this video about like how to take rejection well, and I don't blame the other person, don't take it personally, like it's okay, they have a valid experience, it's just like not feeling it or what, don't take it personally, don't make it eat your self-esteem. And considering it was a really positive video in my opinion and other people's opinions, it was bombarded with incels. And mainly their target was at me. And they were saying like, oh, she's a 4 out of 10, who like not even worth raping. Who would ever go on a date with that bitch? She was aiming for 10s, like stupid bitch. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She's a fucking ugly femcel. She's fucking feminist. Fuck her. Like all these kind of really nasty comments. The most horrific ones, which talked about like raping me and beheading me, I got rid of, because I'm not looking at that. But as someone who's subjected to like over 1,000 comments of men telling me how ugly I am, how stupid I am, how like, even though I was really positive in the video about men, and I'm really positive about like just everything, like I'm not here bashing men, I'm not here going, oh, how dare they. I was just talking about like taking rejection well. And then to receive really intensive misogynistic hate from a video that was positive about men and complimentary about men, and just talking about my experience being someone who was rejected and how to deal with rejection, from massive incels, because I clearly challenged their victimhood. Me being okay with being rejected 60 times, and they've probably been rejected once or twice in their life, and that's made them hate women and want to murder and kill women because they got rejected twice. And then here I am managing to suck it up and get rejected 60 times, clearly affected them and impacted their victimhood, and they didn't like that. So because they're fucking offended that I'm okay to handle rejection, and they've taken it as part of their victimhood that a woman 7 years ago rejected them, and oh, heaven forbid. And now they've made this whole identity about it and how women are bitches and they take all your money and shit like that. And here I am as a woman who's been rejected 60 times, and I paid for all my dates. No one paid for me. I paid for all my dates on minimum wage, and it hurt their butts because I could handle the rejection. They just like attacked me. But I found that really hard still, because like people are being nasty, and you know, being called ugly over and over and over again by thousands of people, and making all these assumptions about me that I'm a whore, or that I was like going for like really attractive men and only aiming for tens. I'm like, well, they asked me out. So, you know, if I'm going for tens, one, if they're going for tens, well, they asked me out. And two, why are all these fucking millionaire, multi-millionaire, 6 foot plus tens still single in their late 30s? That doesn't work, does it? But logic doesn't work with them. So, you know, because I challenged their ideology by existing, they were really hateful. And I know that if I then made a controversial video where I got pig ignorant people like that who can't use logic, can't use reason, and have victim mentalities, and just, you know, challenge hate for the purpose of making themselves feel secure, I would be subjecting innocent people from my community who are LGBTQ+, who I have made a safe space to support, suddenly seeing big pig ignorant bigots in the comment section. And I don't want to subject people to that. So whilst, you know, I can handle a lot of hate, even though I can't. It's hurtful. Who I hate how much hate I get. It's really nasty and personal. And I wouldn't want to subject minorities to that. You know, I wouldn't want to like, marginalize people to that. So yeah, whilst the controversial videos would get clicks, it's not worth it for people's mental health. And I'd rather keep people safer than subject them to stupidity. You know, like I was like, if you know, I hate it. I hate how much I have to deal with it. Why would I subject other people to it? You know. Wendell asks, are you a writer in any way? Absolutely not. I write my video scripts, obviously, but I wouldn't consider myself a writer. If you swear, you sound so funny. I got asked if I knew any jokes about salt. I can only answer NA. I like that. Would you please tell me something of the goddess? What goddess? Which one? There's a lot of them. As I am male, fascinated by myth, I'd like to ask how a woman who is fascinated by myth thinks of goddesses. Any special emotion connection that you'd like to talk about? Forden, that's a really meaningful question. I'm afraid I'm not the right person to ask because I have none. I'm afraid I'm not a spiritual person in any shape or form. I find mythology more interesting purely for the stories and how it reflects and mirrors people's opinions and what they signified at particular historical events, and then how it impacts culture. I have no personal connection with any religious or divine figure. I don't feel any connection. I don't feel anything. But that's how I go about life. Basically, I'm so depressed, I feel nothing. I feel nothing about anything. Time Law says the best version of Red Riding Hood is Angela Carter. Yes, it is. I love the Bloody Chamber. Someone else ticking into revolting rhymes. Hello, David. I love your videos. Thank you, especially about Greek philosophers, which is the number one. Which number one book would you recommend to read about in Greek philosophy? I mean, if you've never read any philosophy, it's obviously the basic, you know, Plato's Republic. You know what? Actually, like as much as it's a basic thing, it's still my favorite because it was the one that made me really understand philosophy for the first time. And I think all modern philosophy will go back to Socratic questioning and understanding how it works and how to think about things. So it's really basic, I'm afraid. I'm a basic, sorry, I got hiccups. I'm a basic bitch. But it's still my go-to. You know, Aristotle is great, but not. I still love Plato. So yeah, it's a basic answer, I'm afraid. I swears I has missed more people than this. Since you're fascinated by death, would you also happen to like death or doom metal? I'm afraid I listen to no music. I listen to no music. I don't think I'd be able to handle kind of metal music either. I think I would find that quite overwhelming. Hobgob said, I just received an email from Professor Ronald Hutton of Bristol University, which I consider an honour. Oh, fantastic. That's amazing. I'm afraid I'm not familiar with their work, but that's incredible. I'm so happy for you. And Non says, I'm hot and smart like you. I'm not, but carry on. I'm interested in making your own YouTube channel. Would you do it differently if you started over? Honestly, yes, Anon. If I would start over, I wouldn't have ever done it. Like, I think YouTube's one of those things that's my biggest regret that I ever did. Like, I was like, if I could start over, I would never have done it. Genuinely, it's my thing that I always say. I regret ever making YouTube videos. I as much as like now it's like a part of my life. If I could genuinely go back on the damage it's done to my mental health, on the damage it's done to my relationships, on the damage it did to my PhD, technically as a job, I wish I just never did it. I wish I was still doing some kind of basic admin job that I could do my PhD alongside. Because it's one of those things that I think I wouldn't ever recommend it to someone. I would genuinely recommend it. Particularly as someone who is not attractive or smart. You always get picked apart. You always get told how ugly and stupid you are. All the mistakes you make. Every single day I get told how stupid I am, how ugly I am. Fix your teeth. Slow down. Do this. Change that. I hate it. I hate getting daily advices on how shit of a person I am. That's basically what I get told every single day. You wake up and you see your phone about another 10 comments of people telling you how shit you are. I wouldn't want that for anyone. Like, I genuinely wouldn't want, and I try and work really hard in making my content good, and I will still be subjected to just like nasty shit. Someone, you know, people saying, oh, her voice makes me want to kill myself. I hate her. Stupid bitch. Fake voice. Like everything. I get everything every single day. Probably minimum 10. I get way more than that. Why would I recommend it to anyone? It's like that I would not. Eleanor says, do you watch Sejawak and Wuxia, Korean and Chinese historical mythological TV shows? I've never heard about. I'm afraid because I can't speak those languages. I'm afraid I just butchered those. The Untamed. Oh, thank you so much. I will look into The Untamed. Black says, do I drink beer? No, I don't really drink alcohol. Random video idea again. Thank you, Tom. But considering how Dante's Inferno is being covered in multiple receptive parts, I'd like to see the 12 Olympians covered in this format. Ooh, I like that idea. Thank you, Tob. I'm going to go through all of them. Anyway, I've done like Athena, and Hecate. What else have I done? I've done more than that. Obviously, I've done Demeter, Persephone, Hades, Athena. Yeah, I could do all of them. Yeah, I could easily do that. Thank you. Any advice on love? That's a big question. That's a big question. Basically keep... I think the one thing that's weirdly interesting, one of those things that I didn't expect to be true for most of my life, because I'm very like strategic, I'm very logical, I'm not spiritual in any way, I don't believe in all this, like I'm very, I can't really say, like I'm just basic, I'm like very bland as a person, so I'm very unemotional in terms of a lot of things, and I don't really consider much. And when I was like dating, I took it very like methodically. I just saw it as more like I'm meeting a random person for a drink, let's see if it goes somewhere, like for a coffee. That was it. Like that was just basically my thought process. And then if like it didn't work, And if I didn't like them, I told them I didn't like them. And it was just like that kind of thing. It was like very methodical. I didn't think much of it. I was thinking like, I'm aiming for meeting someone that I would have a good time with and I enjoy their company of. And as cliche as it is, like as fully cliche as this is, obviously I went on like 80 plus dates. And I was like, I kind of like had just, it's one of those things like I'm just looking for someone to like get on with, and, you know, actually have same sense of humor or something. And then when I met my current partner, literally on my first date, I went, oh my God, this is the man I'm going to marry. And I've been dating a lot. Like I've been on lots of little dates. I never felt anything. And then when I met this person, I was like, oh my God, this is my man. Like this is the person I'm going to marry. And it's really weird when people use that, say that cliche thing, when you know, you'll know. But like, I never felt that in my years of dating. That when I sat down, I was like, oh my God, this is my person. This is my soulmate. And I didn't even believe in like soulmates and all that kind of stuff. And then I was like, but no, we're like, we click. Like we are literally just like two little peas in a pod kind of thing. And it's just, it was one of those things I was like, you know what? Well, now I know that it exists. I was like, thank God I never settled for anything less. Thank God I walked away all those times when people got like nasty and bitchy at me, like these men, some of these men that I went on dates with, that freaking hell. And then they became like nasty, and I was like, you know what, I'm not dealing with this, I'm moving on. Like one of them even said to me, oh, you think you can do better than me, bitch, you will never get any better. Like he was really nasty about it when he was being a dick anyway, and that's why I left. And I was like, you know what, if I can't do better than you, I'd rather be single. And now I've met my partner now, I was like, oh, thank fucking God I didn't settle for any of those wanks, with all due respect. Like, thank God, because now I know what it feels like. Now I know what love feels like. Now I know what feeling secure, having a partner, that kind of like feeling. So that's my advice on love, is like, actually, it does fucking exist. But sometimes it's easier for other people to find it. Like, sometimes it takes longer, sometimes it takes shorter. But I was like, thank God. Like, I actually, maybe at the back of my mind, thought it may exist, and I was just curious, and I saw it as more as an experiment. But I wasn't expecting it. I wasn't expecting it to be real. And I was like, oh, colour me, tickle me pink. I was not expecting that. Like, you know, so yeah, that's my advice on love, is that actually, when you meet, there's a chance you'll meet someone, you go, holy shit, this is my person. And I wasn't fucking expecting it. And, you know, like, thankfully, it's mutual. Like, thankfully, we've, like, talked about that and it's mutual. So, yeah, that's what my advice is on love. But also, like, if you're having to really work for it, it's not right, okay? If you're feeling like you have to chase people and do all this tiptoeing around people's egos and feelings and walking on eggshells, fucking, nah, it's not like that. If it's good. Healthy people, emotionally mature, healthy people exist. And you find them, eventually. It takes a long time. And it's so worth it. If you just hold out for it, it's so worth it. If you could hang out with any character from a book, who would it be? Ooh. Feste from Twelfth Night. Feste from Twelfth Night. Or you know what? Someone came into my head then. And I didn't capture them fast enough. Like, I was like, oh, he went away. Whatever it was, he vanished into the ether. Has to be someone funny. I don't want to be with someone boring. So it'd be like a funny character, like Feste. Yeah, I can't think of anyone really. I'll stick to my first answer. I'm like overthinking it. That Lady Jane show was so inaccurate. Ooh, that's interesting to know. I've heard of it, but I haven't seen the Lady Jane thingy. Do you have any Nordic Scandinavian literature that intrigue you? I'm, again, not familiar with it. If I'm being perfectly honest, I am not familiar with Nordic or Scandinavian literature. So I can't say that I know, if that makes sense. I'm completely ignorant, I'm afraid. I love horror games as well. So hiccups, gross. Oh, Someone said Isla is a wonderful honeymoon venue. I went there with my wife. Oh, cuteness, cuteness, beautiful, and we drank lots of whiskey. That's amazing. Have I missed any questions? I'm just going through. Sorry, dead air. Someone asked about horror video games. I already answered about loving horror games. That's my favorite. But I don't like horror movies. I like horror games. I feel like I have more control. And also, I don't like violent horror games in terms of I prefer like paranormal things. I'm more into like ooh spooky. Yeah, like monsters and things. That's more my thing. Do I have any favorite YouTube channels? I watch the streams of Hassan Piker, and I will listen to H3 podcast. Even though I don't always agree with everything that happens on it, it's like one of my comfort things. And then I don't really have channels that I like. I tend to watch just random videos here and there, but I can't think of anyone that I like religiously follow, if that makes sense. I really find Shaba wholesome. So she's really lovely. But while some topics that I'm interested in, they're just sometimes a bit deep. So like there's some YouTubes that I think are wonderful, but I was like, the topic's just a little bit too deep and I just don't have the bandwidth. And I think I just don't have the bandwidth for anything serious. So I don't really, there's not really a channel that I like go, oh yes, they've uploaded kind of thing. Because I just can't deal with a lot of heavy topics. So the YouTubes that I enjoy tend to cover really heavy things. Let's see. Have I missed anything? What's my opinion on graffiti? I think it's beautiful if it can be done right. If people like shitty graffiti is like shitty artwork. Like I don't understand how people somehow have the gall to like do bad graffiti. I'd be so embarrassed. I'd be so embarrassed that I just made my art public, my bad art public. It's like, how do you have no shame? Like, good graffiti is incredible. And then you just have some people like, really? I get embarrassed by my Instagram posts that looked bad. Oh, hello, Janice. I just saw you. You're probably here ages. I just got to a question. Are you excited about anything right now? Am I excited about anything right now? Not really. I am filled with dread. If I'm not filled with dread, I'm filled with anxiety. I'm like, is your cup half full or half empty? I'm like, oh, what? Anxiety or depression or dread? It's filled with one of them. It's topped up half with one and half with the other. Sadly, no. I don't think I'm excited for anything. I can't think of anything. Yeah, that's a bit sad, isn't it? That's a bit sad. I have nothing. Sorry, Eniko, I just noticed your question. Have you watched BBC Dracula? No. I 95% think that if you enjoy both for the gothic element and also the meta commentary on the contract between author and audience. Ooh, interesting. I haven't watched anything by the BBC since I was a kid. It's been a long time. I don't have a TV license, and I'm one of those very law-abiding citizens that, because I haven't had a TV license ever, I've just never touched the BBC. I'm like, no, it's fine. I won't go near that stuff. I don't go, I'm like so law-abiding, it's insane. So I'm just like, no, I won't even look at the BBC. I won't even look at iPlayer. Like even see like an advert for it. I'm like, no, click away. But I say that as someone who's not a fan of the BBC. Like BBC News and things like that. I'm not a fan of them. I find them they're just too right-leaning for me, and they're very biased, and they write about a lot of misinformation, which really irritates me. Particularly, obviously, during the whole Gaza situation, I was like, oh, BBC. I literally blocked them last year after it all, because I was like, I find it atrocious. of how they treat people and write about things. I'm so sorry. I have like missed so many things. Oh my God, I've missed so much, and it just shot me down the list. So now I'm even more lost. Oh, I think I'm caught up. I think I've got back. Not caught up. I'm not caught up. I've got back to where I was. Ba, 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 ba. Hannah asked me, hello Hannah, do you listen to anything as you study? I know you said that you don't like music, but do you listen to anyone else? No, I don't listen to anything. I work better in complete like silence, just me sitting by myself. Like I've tried to like listen to lo-fi sounds and I found them really irritating. I found those like worse than music. And I try to listen to like water. I like the sound of water. Like walking down like water in like a river. Or birds chirping, and again I found them really irritating. I was like just threw things away. Is that GLD? Hello, I'm a huge fan of your videos. Thank you so much, that's so sweet of you. Tob, oh thank you Tob, you just gave me £5. Sorry, I just noticed it. Just to say that you have cultivated a dedicated audience who truly support what you do in spite of a small percentage. Oh, thank you Tob, I really appreciate that. Chef Daddy said, I once believed that you looked like a bookworm from a Victorian era and time travelled here by accident and now stuck in the present day. I mean, sadly, I probably do look a bit old fashioned, to be fair. I look older than my age, that's for sure. Everyone's like, oh, you're nearly 40. One person made a video about me and they're like, oh, what happens to a woman nearly 40? I was like, I'm only 32, but okay. Like, wow, I look old. This random man said I look nearly 40. Do you also love period horror television dramas? I do. They're soothing because of the ambient Rembrandt mood and lighting. Yes, I do like kind of like horror, paranormal television dramas, particularly period. That'd be very cool. I can't really think of any, but I would like that. Yeah. Sorry, Paperback Josh said, hey, I just thought I'd pop in and say hi, I love your videos. Thank you so much. As a bookseller from the UK, I've learned so much from you and helped me with my work. Oh, amazing. I miss being a bookseller. That's the one thing I'd go back to if I could. I'd be a bookseller again. So I got hiccups, guys. I'm so sorry. Oh, so I want to kick the algorithm for throttling your content. I don't think it's the algorithm's fault. I genuinely think it's me. I don't think I have really a business mindset for this. I don't have the mindset for social media, clearly. And I keep trying to think I'm doing it right, and I clearly do it wrong because like only 2.5% of my audience watch my videos. So I'm like, well, clearly I'm doing something wrong, but I don't know what I'm doing wrong. And it's got to a point where it's like, you know what, maybe I'm just not good at this job. I can do the making of a video and researching, but actually I'm not good at making content and knowing how to, like, what the right content is and, you know, how to do it. I miss a trick. I'm not good at social media, evidently. Freya, hello Freya, says, thank you for the £5, Freya. Thank you so much. And it says, isn't ADHD such a pain in the bottom? I love your videos and how you speak. Thank you, Freya. It's really sweet of you. Lime Lord's like, welcome to the library. Lady of the library, I have autism, the club. Autism can assemble. Eleanor asks, have you ever considered to be an archivist? It would suit you. I'm also an archivist in France. That's amazing. I applied for not inductions, what's it called? Like work experience in archiving to try and get my foot in the door, but I never got in, sadly. And without the experience, you're not going to get a job here. Like, you need to have at least some kind of experience. And I've tried several times. And, I mean, it's catch-22, really, isn't it? Because, I did a lot of work experience in publishing when I was at university. So I did Penguin, I did Guardian books, I did Icon books. And I couldn't get a job as an editor at all because I didn't have enough experience, even though I'd done like 6 months worth of experience across like Penguin books and things like that. No, it's not worth it. Would you care to ever be a research facilitation for an underground writer-director in dark fantasy, supernatural, and magic realism fiction? I mean, that sounds very cool. If they could pay me full-time wage, I would. Like, it's like if I had a full-time income from that, that'd be great. I think where I'm trying to get research things in is like production or television, things like that. But I'm happy to do like multiple research jobs kind of thing. It's just getting enough work, but that sounds very cool. Sorry, Aniko, missed you. I wanted to ask you this. I sent you a request on Goodreads because I'm enjoying reading your opinions, but I don't get accepted. I'm afraid I'm like, So my Goodreads friends thing is like, over 100 people, so please don't feel offended. I haven't accepted any requests, because when you accept a request, then you then have to click a box that says don't accept as a personal friend. So like there's a difference between like people that are just like friends on Facebook and then not friends on Facebook, friends on Goodreads, and then they become like personal friends. I don't know the difference, but I know one of them is like meant to be for your like real life people that you message kind of thing on a regular basis. And I know that I remember overshooting that number, so I can't accept the second number, but then I have to then accept everyone individually and then untick that box. And it was like, because it became a bit too much work, it was like 30. I was like, oh, it's like 30, oh, I'll do that later. And it's been like a year since I've accepted any friend requests, and it's like gone over to 100 people. I'm like, oh no, I have to go through every single one and untick that box because I don't have the space. Go tell me you don't have the space for that kind of friend. I don't know the difference between that friend and the other friend. There's two friends, and basically I have to untick every single individual box. And I was just like, I've just been avoiding doing it, I'm afraid. So don't take it personally. Like I've said, I just haven't touched it for a year, and it just keeps building up. It's got to be well over 100 by now. I know I have like the 99 plus sign next to it. I'm like, I think that's a lot. That's a lot of people. I will get around to it one day. I just haven't accepted anyone, I'm afraid. Someone enjoyed Fern Brady's Strong Female Character, which is a memoir about autism. I've heard good things about that too. I have not read it. There's make sure I'm not missing any questions. Hello, here we go. Are you a Magic of the Gathering fan? If yes, what's your favourite set? If no, that's cool. Then I'd recommend you look into it. So I played Magic of the Gathering, but I don't know enough to call myself a fan, because I know how to play the game, but I have no idea what the sets are called. I know how to play it, but I don't know what set I have. I don't know. Like every time I play it, I have to be reminded about the rules, and I really like it when I play the game, but I'm not a fan because I don't know any of the names. Like I don't know what the sets are called or anything. I just know there's like that pretty one, and then that fiery one, and then that greeny one, and then that fairy taily one. And it's just like that. So I can't call myself a fan. But I have played the game, and I do enjoy the game. As I said, I was diagnosed with autism spectrum in 2014. My GP accepts it. I received disability payments. Wow, like that's so good that they actually do that in the UK or somewhere. Sorry, I'm not sure if you're in the UK. However, I want it more official approval. I was waiting list. Bloody hell. But at least, hopefully, it's going to be seen for diagnosis in early 2025 in London. Bloody hell. But excellent that you get disability for it. That's the only thing I wish I could. If the diagnoses were faster, I could actually get support from the university, like actual physical help, like actual getting someone to help me with things that I'm struggling with at university. I can't get that for ADHD or autism because I'm not diagnosed with either, even though both like my lecturers, my supervisors, and everyone has said, oh, I think you should get help with this. I can't, I'm not diagnosed. So it's a pain because I've been recommended, oh, this person would really help you with this, and this person would really help you with that. I'm like, I can't officially get help, which is a real pain. Have you listened to Pentagle? I don't know what that is. I'm afraid I don't know what that is at all. Do you play D&D? Any advice for someone who knows nothing to? I don't know any D&D either. I am learning D&D. I am new to D&D. I has no ideas how to get, I am very slowly learning. I would recommend starting where I started in terms of listening to Critical Role, which is what Kitten in a Bowl, Janice, recommended to me, that channel, Critical Role, to see it. It is a little bit overwhelming though, when you don't know D&D and you don't really know what they're talking about. But it shows you what a good dynamic is based on with D&D. But I'm afraid I'm not. I'm very, very, very new, very new. Oh yes, Janice says, I had a Sanskrit tutor when I was looking into Hinduism and I was so bad at pronunciation. I'd be so bad. Making sure I'm not, other people asking each other questions, and I'm just making sure that I actually answer questions that are asking to me. I'm sorry. Boo, I'm so far behind. I'm so sorry. Oh, Princess Garcia, thank you so much. Hi, Chinsia, congrats on your milestone. Would you be able to do a study skills video, research, essay writing, etc.? I will do. They will be on my other channel, though, my Scholars Shelf channel. That it's linked in on my channel section, but that's why I'm planning on doing study skills videos over there. I'm doing a couple more study with me videos first over there because I'm just balancing things. And I like to just do more on essay writing over there when I feel more confident in being able to deliver like legitimate advice based on my own writing experiences. I still feel like because I'm learning constantly my own skills that I need to really hone my craft before I give advice to people, kind of thing. So I want to make sure I've covered my ground so I can help people properly, if that makes sense. John says, I'm terminally single, but my fellow terminally singles never cease to disappoint me. Oh, I know, it's bad. It's bad when people are like really vicious about it, or really like violently aggressive or hateful of other people. Like, in all my years of being single and all the rejections I've got, I've never blamed anyone else, and I've also never blamed myself. Like, you know, it's just a thing that happens. It's not that deep. Rejection is never that deep. And when people make it that deep, that's where it gets toxic for themselves and other people. That's when they become, you know, resentful and, oh, they think I'm not tall enough, they don't think I'm rich enough, or they don't think this. I'm like, actually, it just may have been a bit boring on the date and they just didn't really feel it. I was like, one of those things that I wish I could tell, like, every single straight man who gets upset, like incels and stuff like that, when they say, like, oh, I'm not rich enough for them, oh, I'm not tall enough, or oh, I'm not Chad enough, or oh, I'm not, you know, this enough. I'm like, I've never rejected someone based on how they looked. It has always been solely their personality. Like, a date has been shit. Some men, you know, with all due respect, I've been on dates with men. I've been on a date with a man who was 6'8". I've been on a date with a man with 6'5". I've been on a date with a man who's 6'2". I've been on dates with a man with 6'3", and all of them had shit personalities. Like, it was nothing to do with how tall they were, how much hair they had or did not have. It was purely their fucking shit personality. I was like, oh, okay. I was like, no amount of money, no amount of abs, no amount of hair, no amount of wealth, and no amount of height can make up for a really shit personality. I don't think a lot of men realise that. Like, I'm just like, why are these incels on these forums realising that nothing can save you? If you have a crap personality, it doesn't matter if you're fucking loaded. Look at Andrew Tate. He's chronically single for a reason. Like, it's not because he's not rich enough. It's not because he doesn't have hair. It's not because he's not shredded. It's because he has a shit personality and no one wants to touch him with a barge pole. Like, why are you looking up for a man who is chronically single? It just makes no sense to me. I was like, oh God. It's just, just some personalities, just there's some like, one man literally kept me in a corner for 3 hours, aggressively yelling about me about how I was wrong about Jordan Peterson, and I couldn't get out until the pub closed. I was like, it just came out going like, it's like fucking foul. I was just like nodding and going, I respect your opinion. I respect your opinion. And the more I kept saying, I respect your opinion, he just got more and more angry at me. I was like, I'm just not engaging. He's like, oh, you think you're better than me? You think you're better than me because you're an academic? And I was like, I respect your opinion. I was like, just get me out of this That's probably the worst state of my entire life. When a man says to you, I don't agree with everything Andrew Tate says, but I was like, oh no. Oh no, we're not going down that rabbit hole. Just keep your head down, just keep nodding. Oh, Eric says, thank you so much for all your hard work. For all the nasty people out there, there are far more who support you. Hopefully. Hopefully. Unfortunately, like, what do you call them? They're a very loud minority kind of thing. The top says there are people who are quick to make assumptions online about Chinzi saying X, Y, and Z, but would they actually make these assumptions in real life? Generally curious. I've had it in real life, to be honest, Top. Like, I remember someone didn't say it to my face. But I worked in a shop many years ago. I mean, I worked for like 9.5 years in retail. So my second job was back in Birmingham, and I had a leaving do, and it was only a small team. And then this one girl was like, I'm going to make a speech about Chintzia leaving, kind of thing. And I got on really well with this girl. Like, she was like my favourite person there. I thought she was wonderful. And she was from a bit of a rougher background than me. So we came, and she was just a little bit rougher kind of thing around the edges. And she was like, when I first met Chintzia, she opened her mouth and I thought, this fucking bitch, I'm going to hate her. And then it turned out she was the loveliest person I've ever met. And I went, what? I was like, I opened my mouth and you thought, this fucking bitch, I'm going to hate her? What? Because I was like, I suppose I'm not that person. I would never assume I'm going to like or dislike someone based on like their accent or how they speak or what they talk or how they wear, like what they wear, sorry. I'm just like, I need more information than that to draw a conclusion. Maybe I'm just someone who's just like, I need way more information, which is also a problem because when it comes to like, when I was on like dating people and I was like in a couple of weeks into knowing someone, I was like, oh, now I've got all the information together. Now I've gathered more information. I've got more evidence to draw conclusions. And I think you're an asshole. I'm sorry it took me like 2 weeks to realise that, but no, I'm going to back off. Like, I need to collate more information before I come to like conclusion. And I kind of get shocked that people can draw those kind of like fast one-off conclusions. It takes me like at least a few like times of meeting someone to like realise. So yeah, it's different people. I suppose just, again, people, just the different ways of working. My brain's slower. My brain's a bit slower to draw conclusions. Hobgob said, this conversation is needed and beautiful, and everyone in this conversation is beautiful. Welcome to the Beautiful People's Club. That's a really sweet thing. Thank you. That25 says, sorry, what are your favourite decades? And their favourite decades are set 90s, 50s, and 70s, and 2000s. Again, I don't really think I can draw conclusions on a decade that I've never lived through. And again, because I'm just because I'm, what do you call it? Again, I'm very like, oh, I don't really like, they're so problematic. It's like there's so much problematic stuff about, that period and things like that. I don't really admire any period. I like a lot of things about the aesthetics of the 20s and the 40s, and yeah, I would say I like a lot of the aesthetics. Obviously, I hate a lot about the politics in the 20s and the 30s and the 40s. Like some of the most horrific times in history. But a lot of like art that came out of those periods, like literature and stuff like that, I really like. And fashion and stuff like that. So I like the aesthetics. I'm not so much for the politics and what happened in those periods. So I can't really call them my favourites. Hannah asked me, how would you describe your personal style, be it in clothes, beauty, or home? A chaotic mess that's barely stringing itself together. I clearly have a disgusting home, if I'm being perfectly honest. It's overcluttered, and it's cramped, and it's small, and I'm not happy in my home. And I have very cheap clothing that has stains in them that I can't get out, and I can't afford to buy new clothes. So it's like I always feel a bit like scratty. So that's why I don't really go out much. I'm like a bit scratty, a bit run down, a bit threadbare, a bit chaotic is how I would describe my style, both in my home and when I leave the house. Everyone's like, who dragged her backwards through a bush? You know, that kind of look. I'm like, no, that's just my front door, but thank you. Yeah, John says the paradox of incels is that they will reject everyone, even those who would genuinely accept them. I know, because then they'd be like, oh, this person likes me, but she's ugly, so I don't want to go on a date with her. It's so random. What classic work would you say has the most beautiful use of language? Classic for me is Moby Dick. That's what my immediate thought go, but you maybe mean ancient. I can't obviously talk about ancient texts because I don't read them in their original language, so I can't comment on their language. I can only comment on translations. So for the books that are like classic books, like classic what we know today, it would be Moby Dick. Moby Dick is still by far the most beautiful book I've ever read. Second to that is Italo Calvino's Complete Cosmic Comics. Is my second favourite. What do you think of Bertrand Russell? Far too clever for my tiny little brain to comprehend. I have read him and I can't remember anything he said. He is far too clever, and I am too stupid. That's what I think. That's how I respond to Bertrand Russell. No, I just moved. Thank you. Essie said, I honestly don't know how anyone could hate Jinsia. To be honest, I think she's perfect. Oh, bless you. When I saw her videos, I was like, oh, love at first sight. Thank you. I mean, I know why people would hate me at first sight. I'm irritating. I have a horrible voice. I'm very scatty. I talk too quickly. I'm very leftist, so people don't like that. I'm very political. I'm very feminist. People don't like that. I'm a vegan. People really fucking hate vegans. I'm weird. I have a horrible accent. I've always said that. I know a lot of reason why. I'm just like, I know why. They tell me every day. I see it every day why people hate me. I'm like, okay, that's fine. Yeah, Black 25, YouTube's not what it used to be in 2014, 2016. Totally agree. It is not what it used to be back then. That's like probably prime YouTube was 2014, 2016. That's when it was worth being on. Joe says, to me and you have very similar hair. What do you do for frizz? Nothing, it's frizzy. I do nothing to my hair other than wash it. That's it. I don't use any. I use shampoo and that's it. I use shampoo. Obviously, it's frizzy hair. I don't do anything to it. I don't curl it, don't straighten it. It's just, I wash it and towel dry it and air dry it and that's it. I don't even like electrically dry it, which is why it's frizzy. That's it. I'm incredibly low maintenance, and when I say low maintenance, I mean lazy. I don't do anything. Hannah says, we always talk about negative comments, insulting way, but do you ever get negative comments that are pervy or inappropriate? All the time. Well, not all the time. I get more hate comments, but on my other channel, I get more. I mean, I literally couldn't go on my other channel for a whole month because I got a lot of pervy comments that just made me feel incredibly triggered. And again, it wasn't just pervy comments, but then people making comments about them. So, I was sitting in a chair. When I'm filming, I can't see myself. So sometimes I will set up the camera and just try and make sure that the chair is in focus in the hopes that I will also subsequently be in focus. And that's it. That's all I can see. My camera screen doesn't flip around, so I can't see anything. And in it, I'm obviously sitting cross-legged and people could see my thighs. No big deal. Apparently it was. And I got lots of pervy comments about my thighs. And then one man saying, does she think she knows what she's doing? And then another person going, of course she does. She's a slut. Like, she knows exactly what she's doing. And I was just like, you know what? I can't deal with people like this right now. I was sitting there talking about, what was I talking about? It was something like completely about confidence. Like, or not even that. I can't remember what the video was about. Obviously it's a self-help channel. So it was something either to do with like confidence or online, like social media, something. I can't remember which video it was, but I was like, you know what, I couldn't even go on that channel anymore. I was actually so disgusted with the comments. I was like, I wasn't even talking about anything to do with my body, my looks, or anyone's looks or body. And I got loads of comments about my legs and about how I was doing it on purpose. And then other people going, I'm so disappointed with you. I thought you were an academic and you sunk down to selling off your body like a cheap skank. Like, people who liked me were disappointed in me, and the people who only clicking are like, oh, I only clicked because of the thumbnail. I was like, I can't fucking deal with this right now. People will shame me who liked me because apparently I'm an academic for showing a bit of my thigh, and then they're disappointed with me because now I'm selling myself cheap out like a cheap skank. And then the other people are like, oh, she's doing it on purpose, she knows what clickbait is. I'm like, I just fucking sat in a chair and talked about whatever it was, which was like either social media or whatever I was talking about, and that's it. And I'm so jealous of YouTube men who can just sit down and not be subjected to that shit. Like, I'm so jealous that a man can just sit down and talk with his legs crossed, and all these women aren't going to be like, I thought you were an academic, but you're showing your crotch, and I think you're a skank. Like, I was like, you're not going to get those comments. You only got comments on what you're saying, not how you're sitting. And that just really pissed me off, quite frankly. And I was like, you know what? I can't fucking deal with it. And then other people, like, I got a message recently from someone saying, like, I'm still clearly struggling with my mental health. And then someone's like, oh, you just need a good shagging. And I was like, when did you think it was appropriate to recommend to me that I need a good shagging for my depression? Like, I was like, it just, when did you think that was appropriate to say to someone you don't know and who doesn't know you need a good shagging? Go find a man and get yourself out. I have a man, thank you very much. Thank you for assuming that I'm single and completely sexless life. But also, that's not how depression works. And those kind of comments, yeah, wind me up. And I do get a bit pissed off. So yeah, I get those comments now and then. And then I had someone email me recently asking for access to a video that I privated. And they openly said to me, because the way you're sitting in the video showed your legs and I'd like to have screenshots of it for my own personal sexual folder. When do we live in a world when someone very politely emails me asking for access for a video when you could have just said, I would just want that video because I'd like to see it again, please. Instead, you actually told me you want to get screenshots for your personal sexual folder. When did it become that easy? Like, I was like, I'm sorry. What? I'm not an OnlyFans person. Why are you asking for... Just, yeah. I was just like, you know what? I'm so done sometimes. I was like, what? And the men are like, you know, a lot of men online, these incel men, not all men, obviously, I'm talking, were like, oh, feminism's not needed anymore. I was like, well, what's that then? what was that about? I don't think that was very feminist, right? Right? What was that about? Do I have friends? I'm not very good. I'm not a very good friend. I have a lot of people in my life who I consider my friend, but I feel like I just fail them as a friend. I have a lot of wonderful people in my life who I consider my friends, but I feel like I fail as a friend because I'm not very good. I'm very socially awkward. I'm very anxious, and I've been dealing with a lot of mental health problems, so I'm not very talkative this year. And I think I just let people down. So I would consider that I probably lost a lot of friends in terms of like, I'm just very isolated and struggle with my mental health. But the people that I love are incredible people. So I got hiccups still. See. Oh, Hobgob said, may I mention a beautiful moment that happened on someone else's live stream earlier today? So I've already seen this. I'm probably really far behind, but yes, please do feel free to share us. Black says, is my boyfriend Indian? No, he's not Indian. He's white. I was only laughing because I just imagine my boyfriend is this white guy. I was like, Indians have beautiful hair and my boyfriend's beautiful, but he's white. You know what? My first crush was on Indian. You gave me such a massive flashback to when I was a kid, like in the sixth form. I had this big crush on this Indian dude. He's beautiful. He's reminded me. I was like, God, massive flashback then. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry you've had problems encountered on YouTube. Nevertheless, you should be proud of what you created in-depth content exploring. Thank you. And I hope, like, you know, even if when I'm gone off of YouTube and stuff like that, that at least my videos hopefully help people in the future. Yeah, Chinsey, I'm going to eliminate and disprove any negative beliefs and comments on here until you quit the internet. Constructive criticism is valid, but this kind of criticism is not. Yeah, love constructive criticism. And some things I can change and some things I can't. Like, obviously, there's some things that people ask me to change, and I'm like, I actually physically can't change that. Like, say like the location of the camera, things like that, or like the lighting of that. I've done what I can with the lighting at my abilities and things like that. Like things like that. Or I love it when people actually tell me how to pronounce something that I don't know how to pronounce correctly. Like I tried, and then someone will say, actually it's pronounced this way. I go, thank you. Instead of people going like, this bitch can't speak Italian. Oh my God, I cringe so hard at how much she mispronounced. I'm like, well, can you correct me so I don't do it again? Or are you just gonna be a bitch on the internet? Like, I was like, you can either help me and tell me, or you can just be like, oh, she's so stupid. She doesn't even, like, I thought you were an academic. You can't even pronounce anything. Well, tell me what I've mispronounced and tell me how the correct way of doing it, please. Like, I love it when people correct me. I don't like people when they say, oh, you can't pronounce anything. Like, that doesn't do anything, does it? That's just bitching on the internet. Holy Freak says, any guilty pleasures you can tell us about? I mean, I think it would be the H3 podcast, because they don't talk about anything serious. Like, sometimes I'm listening to it and I'm like, what? Who is this person they're talking about? Like, random internet drama and stuff like that. That means nothing to me. But it's really good in terms of I don't have to concentrate on it. And I can have it on the background and feel like I know the familiar voices. So I feel less lonely in my flat if I can hear voices. But I've got no idea what they're talking about. I can hear them like, who is this that I'm talking? What is this I'm talking about? And most of it just goes over my head. But it's just nice to have that kind of like weird familiar group of people that have been in my life for years in the background kind of thing. So that's my guilty pleasure, I would say. Ow, got itchy nose. Got itchy nose. Where I'm not missing anything. If you had to live as a recluse whilst you wrote about your life, but you were confined to Australia, where would you pick? Wait. If you had to live in recluse whilst you wrote about your life, but you were confined to Australia, I don't know Australia at all. I've never been to Australia, so I don't even know where to pick in Australia because I don't know what any of it's like. So I feel like I'm in a dangerous zone here because I don't know what anything in Australia is like. I mean, I'm already terrified at the idea of being in Australia with all the amount of bugs you guys have. I'm just like, I'm in Australia, in recluse. Like, no one's going to save me when that toxic spider comes and kills me. I don't think I don't think I could pick. I don't know anything about Australia at all. Like, so I don't think I could pick. Also, I would never write about my life. Like, I don't think that would be interesting. I would write about it for my personal sake, probably like to myself. But yeah. If I agreed to fund a lavish island estate for you and your friends and family to live rent-free, which island in the world would you choose? That's amazing. What a lovely hypothetical. Probably I mean, I've never been there. But probably Greenland. It counts. It's a country. It's an island. I was like, I get to be on island, right? It counts there. Mainly because it's dark in the winter, and I really like dark. If it was like one of the Scottish islands, I'd probably Isla. From the sounds of it, to live on there, it'd be lovely. What book would you recommend to get back into reading? Oh, I probably not. I struggle with this. Because I don't really know how to get back into reading myself. You know what, actually? Oh, so I'm going to yawn. I asked a bookseller once for help on this, about like trying to get back into reading. And she was like, have you ever read Eleanor Ferrante's My Brilliant Friend? And it was back in the day when they had the ugly covers. Oh, sorry, I just dropped off the pen lid. Oh, a puppy has joined me. Does anyone want to see the puppy? Hello? He's not really a puppy anymore. So Eleanor Ferrante's My Brilliant Friend, and she's like, I know the cover is ugly, but it's a really good book. And she was right, it was a really good book. So that was the one that got me off a reading slump, was Eleanor Ferrante. Hello, my bubba. Where was I? I've missed where I am. There I am. What's your second favourite colour? I would say it's green. My first is brown, and then green. Fatal Frame. Ooh, Fatal Frame is my favourite horror game. I'll have to try that one. I haven't played that one. Do you have any particular way of organising your bookshelves? I've already answered this question. Basically, it's no. I put everything by feeling. So if it feels good for me, I put it there. And then other than that, I don't have any organisation. No one could use my library, basically, except for me. Oh no, it jumped. No, where am I? The papa. Hi, baby boy. Where was I? No. Tom just said, oh, Shinzi, are you aware that the channel's gone down to 199? Damn it. Oh well. It's a 2k sub, and people are now unfollowed me probably because I'm like, they've figured out that I'm a socialist and they all unsubscribed. Oh, there's so many questions. I'm so sorry, people. I'm so behind. Here we go. Let's see. There I am. That's where I was. Are you still in touch with your YouTuber Anastasia, she talked about you in her recent live. No, I'm not. She was absolutely lovely. I think she didn't agree with my position on trans women. Bless her. And completely respect we have different views there. And I think that's where we stopped communicating with each other. But I think she's still really lovely, and she was so incredibly intelligent and talented. But unfortunately, I think our politics differed. It may have caused a bit of difference. And I know she unfollowed me back in the day on Instagram because I post about a lot of those things. And so it is sad that kind of how political leanings sometimes can split people. But I really respect her work. I think she was so incredibly talented and such a lovely person as well. So it's just a shame that kind of made us lose touch, kind of thing, because she was really wonderful, and I really enjoyed our conversations together. But it just ended that way. But I respect her decision to have a different opinion than me, kind of thing. And me posting about it may have hurt. Like when people have different mindsets and they see someone else posting a lot about it, kind of like trans rights and think, oh, whatever it was, in different situations. Like I know the same things happened with, Palestine and Gaza, where people are pro-Palestine, they're posting a lot about it, and then people who feel Jewish feel a bit scared. It's this whole deviation, isn't it? People that happen sometimes online, and when I was on social media, people see different political opinions, and it's just a bit sad, really. But I think she's lovely. I know she did a lot of videos in French, so I couldn't really listen to her anymore because I used to love her literally. And she just did a lot in French. I was like, oh, I can't hear her anymore. But she was a really lovely woman. I hope she still uses she, her. I always assume, obviously, based on what I knew, but I hope those are her pronouns still. Don't want to assume. What's your favourite era for fashion inspiration? I would say 1940s. If I'm being honest, like 1940s, 1930s. Any comment on the YouTube recommended thumbnail apocalypse going on right now? Oh God, I didn't even know there was such a thing. I have no idea what that is. I was like, what's that? What else do I have to worry about in my career field that I didn't know about? How horrifying. Oh, I need to play Morgue Assistant. I really want to play that game so badly. It's on my list. I think it would terrify me. But I love being scared like that. It's like, that's the kind of thing that gets me feeling alive. Everything else I am numb to except for horror. I love that dubstep got me through organic chemistry. So I've enjoyed it. Oh, thank you, Black Thought. I was 29 or 28. I'll take that compliment. Helpful commenter. It's interesting to hear how you think of it as a job. I do. How much money do you make from it? If I'm being honest, so in my background of money, I'm quite obviously it fluctuates. So last month, and this isn't on YouTube. This is like, so I mainly put the dog down. Sorry, he wanted to jump and I knew he was a bit scared. Thank you, my little bubba. So on Patreon is basically my only income, really. So Patreon's my main income, and that's around, after they take their cut and then taxes, that's around £700 when it translates down a month. And then from YouTube ads, I probably only make around £100 a month. And then if I have a sponsorship, it can vary. So, for my last sponsorship, got me a bit down. I was offered $100 for the sponsorship. But then after I found out that because the company was American and they were charging me, my end, for the transfer for the money. So my $100 sponsorship became, with a $40 transfer, became $60, which came to £47. So sponsorships can earn me anywhere between £40 to £120 for a sponsor. And then I cancelled a lot of sponsorships recently because of the positions on Palestine, but then that took out like literally a quarter of my annual, no, it was a third of my annual income. So I was like, oh, I'm a bit fucked there. YouTube AdSense makes nothing. So you can like on one of my second channel, I've earned like £26 this month. On this channel, I probably just earned around $100 this month. And yeah, so I can probably make around $1,000 to $1,000 a month, which translates to anywhere between, I think it's around £700 to around £900 a month with translation, and then taxes. So if I were to calculate in taxes, which is obviously around 20%, then take off around £200 of that. So it's around, if I'm earning like 1,200, so it works on the maths kind of thing. So it's around anywhere between $800 to $1,200 a month. That's mainly Patreon, and then if I get a sponsor, which is just a couple of £100 more kind of thing, but there's no money in ad revenue. And I say this like, ironically, that's more money that I still made in retail, which is why I was doing it as a job, because I was like, actually, if I went back to retail, I'd be earning less in retail. So that's why I was sticking at this, because I was like, well, at least I can do it at my own pace and it's less boring than retail. But I was listening to a podcast the other day, and I literally was like, I wanted to cry because it was Ali Abdaal, who I love his YouTube. He's someone I love. I love his YouTube channel, Ali Abdaal. And he was on a podcast. I can't remember which one it was. I think it was like, what's it called? I could see like the School of Greatness. There was it. I knew it had great in the channel, so I was like, what's the name? School of Greatness. And he was being interviewed there, and I kid you not, he was talking about how in 2020 he was debating if he was going to give up being a doctor to do YouTube full time. And then Lewis was like, oh, what was holding you back? And he was like, well, I was thinking about it. And he was like, in the UK as a doctor, a junior doctor, you make around £40,000 a year. He was like, however, in 2020 I was earning £50,000 a month. And he was debating leaving. And he was like, should I go and be a YouTuber full time? I was like, I'm sorry. You were earning £50,000 a month and you were still debating if you wanted to have a job for £40,000 a year? Really? Really? I was like, holy crap. Like, even if you gave up being a doctor for a year, you could earn like 5 years worth of salary within like 6 months, like 5 years worth of salary in a 6-month period of time. Like, no more. I was just like, I'm sorry, there are YouTubers who make £50,000 a month, and that was back in 2020. He's now like tripled that. So he's saying now he's worth, this year's projection for 2024 for his YouTube channel is between £5 to £7 million. I was like, I need to go get a real job. I thought I was doing so well, like earning $800 to $1,200 dollars a month. I was like, thought I was doing so well. I was just like, fuck. I can go for it. I was like so stunned. I was like, I made so many mistakes in my life, and YouTube was one of them. I was like, wow, I've really, really messed up with my YouTube. Black 25 says, I've noticed something, you have ADHD. Everyone in my life is telling me that. The doctor's just waiting for medication. My friend got her PhD and had to work at Starbucks for 3 years before getting a stable position. Yeah, sounds about right. That sounds about right. When I worked in Starbucks, there was a PhD graduate there. It makes total sense. Someone said, like, I had a heritage management postgrad, but they expected 2 years of volunteering. F off, pay me, upper class scum. That's so relatable. I remember when I was interning at Penguin, I don't think they can now legally ask for internships unpaid, but back then it was unpaid, back in like 2010. And I wanted to obviously be an editor, and I asked this girl who had just got an editorial assistant job. And she was like, oh yeah, I started out interning. And I was like, oh, how long did you intern for? And she was like, I interned here full time for 8 months before they gave me a job. I was like, I take it you live in London. She's like, yeah, I live at my parents'. I'm like, okay, that makes total sense. You worked for 8 months for free, full time for Penguin in London, in central London. No rent to pay. Absolutely fine. I was like, okay, so I'm not getting a job in Penguin. That's fine. What else is there? So I keep clicking the comments and it's saying, Do 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 do. Happy Soul said, I found ADHD doesn't play well. My ADHD doesn't play well with games that require a lot of focus and attention and remembering a lot of rules. As a Magic at the Gathering, it's not for me. Probably why I struggle with it so much. Oh, thank you, Chewy. So I didn't say goodbye to you, but hopefully, you come back and you get to hear my goodbye. Do do do. Make sure I'm not missing any questions. William says, where's she getting her questions from? I'm afraid they are in the chat. But they're from further up, kind of a lot further behind. Make sure I'm like listening. Oh, Ben said, good luck, lady. $20. Thank you so much, Ben. I really appreciate that. Thank you. It's really kind of you. And then, Princess Classic, you send me £5 again. Thank you. You don't have to do that, but thank you. Making sure I'm going down. Do. What are you doing? I can hear. Oh, he's just chewing a toy. I could hear him chewing something. I was like, I hope he's not eating like something disgusting. Imperial asked, would you think it's rude if someone was like, hey, I don't think it's going to work out due to our politics? Absolutely not. That's not that's a perfectly valid reason to not date someone because of politics. Like, you have to live with this person potentially if you want a long-term relationship. That's absolutely valid to like not have that. I've done that. Like, if someone, I was talking to a man and he became very anti-trans. I was like, I'm sorry, I don't want to go further with this anymore because I'm really pro-trans. There are people in my family are trans. I'm not standing here letting someone like degrade people in my life who I love and a community that I love. So I'm not dating someone like that. I'm sorry. And similarly, I couldn't date someone who was, really pro-Brexit or Tory or UKIP. Like, I was like, why? Whilst I have family members who are Tory and I completely respect them and they're lovely, I couldn't date someone and live in the same house as that. We'd just be into fights all the time. Like, why would you want to be in a situation where you're constantly fighting over different belief systems? Like, I could never date someone who was homophobic. I could never date someone who was transphobic. I could never date someone who's misogynistic. Like, we just wouldn't work out. And they are political issues at the end of the day. Similarly, like, you're dating someone if you're in a cisgender heterosexual couple and, one of the man is anti-abortion. Well, you can't then have any rights. Like, as a woman, then you're in a corner where you're like, well, if I accidentally get pregnant, he's going to make sure I keep the baby. That's a clash of opinion. Like, yeah, it's completely valid to not date someone for their political opinions because it's going to cause massive problems in the relationship, kind of thing. So yeah. Miriam said, hi, Chinsia. Yay, I'm so happy to caught your live show. Thank you. I know the ugliest book I've ever read, go figure it, is American Blood Meridian by Cormac McCarthy. Oh, McCarthy, sorry. I don't know it, and now I'm scared. I was like, no, I'm scared of that one. I do not know that. Do I like Tories? I don't agree with Tories, but that doesn't mean I just like everyone who is a Tory. Again, like I just said, I have family members who are Tories, and I get on better with my family members, like as a people, I like them better than some of my family who were abusive and were liberal, like socialist. I don't believe someone's political opinion always makes them a better person. Like, that I've been abused by people who were... In fact, no, I've been way more physically and mentally abused by men or people in my family who were leftist, allegedly, but people who are now right-leaning in my family have never physically or mentally abused me. So I don't believe this whole, like, I hate Tories kind of thing, or I hate these people, because I've received way more physical and mental abuse by people who assign themselves with left-leaning politics than people who with right-leaning politics. But just because I don't agree with Tory politics doesn't mean I write off the person because they are Tory, if that makes sense. So it's always one of those things, like, again, this is what I say about is it okay, is it rude to say you don't get on, like, not dating someone? It would be very hard to, like, date someone with complete opposite politics. It again depends on your politics, and it depends on how, when you're a couple, it's very different than having a family member or a friend with different politics to you, because when your lives are entwined, politics will impact that. Again, from abortion rights to LGBTQ to having friends who are gay or trans, like those things are important, and your life will revolve around politics, whether or not you are political and actively political or not. From owning your own home to being a trad wife, having your own bank account, having access to your own money, being a stay-at-home wife, or getting your own job. Politics affect those things. And it's a completely a valid thing to say, I don't want to date someone based on their politics because I think this will clash in the future. Because I know if this happens, I want to do this, and I don't think they'll agree with that. That's completely valid. But that doesn't mean you dislike people for their politics. You know, like that's not a valid reason to dislike people, not a valid reason to not be friends with people, not a valid reason to respect people, things like that. Like it's not okay to disregard people as a human species and like an individual based on their political leaning, unless they are actually actively hateful and abusive and malicious, then yeah. Then I hate those people, but I don't care what their politics are. If you're abusive and horrible and nasty to people, I don't care what your politics are. I think you're a dick, is basically my place. Would you consider doing a video on history on Ukraine, please? That's way too modern, but I'm afraid because I'm not educated on it, it's a bit too modern for me. I try to stick in the realm. What I'm trying to do with my videos is stick in the realm of things that will correlate to what I'm researching for my PhD. Because if I go down lots of complete different rabbit holes that are not easily relatable and I have to go out of my realm, I won't have the mental capacity to then study in the evening or work on my PhD thesis. Like I need to try and keep it a little bit easy for me. So I stick to realms that are easy and relatable and kind of interconnected. Really modern history, like, well, not, it's not that modern, obviously we're going back to Ukraine, but I'm not educated on Eastern European areas at all. And it would require me learning a load of new stuff just to be able to make sure I get the basics right before I can even do a video. Where at least with the videos that I do, I have the basics of already. So hopefully maybe in the future, after I've like left my PhD or finished a PhD, I can do things like that. But right now it's not something I can possibly entertain. The same way I can't do things like Japanese and Chinese history very well because I don't even know the basics. And if you don't know the basics, writing a video essay on it is a bit arrogant because I need to do way more research just to get the basics done to be able to do something a bit more in depth kind of thing, if that makes sense. So I don't want to ever do something too heavy and make a shit job of it by not doing a good enough job because I don't know the basics. Have you, Lenny asks, have you ghostwritten for people? Yes, I was a ghostwriter. Between 2018 and 2021, I was a ghostwriter. Yes, I have. In your autobiography, what would you be putting in your synopsis? Don't bother reading, waste of time. How was your childhood? Let's not go into it. Let's not. That is for my therapist and I to talk about. I mean, Tom asked what my thoughts on trans women. Pro. I'm supportive of all people being themselves. I have trans people in my family. I always have. Like, I was born into a family with a trans man. I've always been pro-trans. So trans women, great by me. Are you interested in Native American literature like Louise Ellrich's books? I would be. I don't read for more. I don't read anymore for fun. I just read purely for my PhD and that's it. And some self-help books because I feel like my life is falling apart. I don't read any kind of literature anymore, really, at all, which is sad. I just don't read fiction. But I would be. That's kind of the books that I would be into. I have a few. That ironically, my first PhD pitch featured Native American literature back in the day, back over a decade ago. Ah, it jumped again. No, I was reading a comment and it jumped. It keeps sending me to the bottom. Basically, the live stream saying, you're too far behind. Catch up. I'm like, I know, but I like answering people's questions. That's why I'm trying to make sure I give people the time of day. Aha, I think I caught up. Okay, here we go. There we are. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. Good evening. Who? Good evening. I hope that you are well. It's too humid in London. I'm not jealous of England's temperature right now. Apparently, it's horrific. Are you a landscape or a skyscape type of person? I'm a landscape type of person. I like that. William was reacting to my favourite colour being brown, and they said, brown? No one has ever picked brown in the history of humanity. I defy that. Brown is my favourite colour. And no one, I am in defence of brown. My phone case is brown. All my assets are brown. Everything I buy is brown, okay? If there's a brown option, my pens are brown, my fountain pens are brown, like my pencil cases are brown, my notebooks are brown, like brown is my thing. Okay? I get when I knew that my boyfriend was the one for me when he bought me for my birthday. And we'd only been dating a couple of months, and it was my birthday coming up, and he brought me brown headphones, and I was like, you know what, this man knows me. I was like, I love him so much. I was like, yes, this is my man. Do 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 do. Ba ba ba. Black says, you have a dog. I have two dogs. I have two little dogs. One is right by my feet, and the other one is on my bed. Because she's like, it is bedtime. It's always bedtime for her. NRB says, I wish I was more comfortable with talking about politics with people, but something happened in school to me that threw me into a deep depression. I love seeing people respecting others' opinions. That really sucks. I mean, to be fair, I went to a shit school as well. My senior school and stuff was fine, but my sixth form was a raging hellhole of what I can only describe as like a cesspit of anti-Semitic, racist, homophobic bigots who were misogynists. And it was fucking foul. And yes, I understand exactly how you mean, because I had to call the police several occasions because of the harassment and bullying in that school. They had news articles published about them about how racist and anti-Semitic they were. Misogyny was not taken seriously. Sexual assault literally happened on the daily. There was even a case where a boy raped a 17-year-old girl and filmed it and uploaded it online. He wasn't even fucking expelled, and that was a boy in my year group. Like, I went to a shit school and it was meant to be all like nice. It literally, I got an eating disorder from it. I became suicidal from going to that school. It was fucking traumatizing. School can ruin you, and I think that really painted. I didn't even, you know what, until that point in my life, until I was 16 and went to that school, I didn't even know anti-Semitism was a thing. Because in my head, I was like, why would anyone of my generation, of my age, be anti-Semitic? That seemed like such a pre-Second World War shit, okay? Like, that seemed to me like historical. I had no idea it was still a thing, let alone in my generation. Why would they be? I was horrified. That school was the nastiest. If I could like eradicate a building from the planet, that would be it. That school, I can't believe it still goes there. Though, no, I'm not going to say it. I was like, there was a famous person that went there that's an incredible socialist, and I'm not going to say it because you'll find out what school it was. But basically, one good person came from that school, and yeah, I was like, that's the only. But then again, they probably were traumatized by that school, and that's why they became so socialist. You either go extreme socialist after going to that kind of school, or you're a fucking creep. Really creepy, horrible, nasty, misogynistic freak, bigot. It's either one or the other. Like, it's like, clearly it turns people. John asks, you are undertaking a PhD. What advice would you give to a person considering a PhD? Get it funded, because you won't be able to do it as a full-time job, which is why I'm dropping out. Make sure you really love your subject, because literally the only thing that keeps me here and the only thing that's making me break my heart is that I really fucking love my research topic. Like, I love it, and it makes me so pissed off that I'm not going to be able to financially afford to finish it, Because every time I come back to it, when I've had to have time off, because I've been working like crazy to make sure I can pay next month's rent, and I sit down and get the time to actually sit there and read it, I go, this is such a cool research project. This is so cool. I love that this exists and that I get to do this, but I don't get to do this because I'm too fucking poor for it, with all quite frank. Also, you're all finding out like I swear like a sailor. I'm afraid I always do. And yeah, I was just say, you really love your project and you have to really love your supervisor. Again, those are two things that will break my heart about not finishing my PhD. It's because my supervisor is excellent. Like, I love her and I love my topic. Just fucking finances. What else is there? Is there a skill or hobby that you would like to learn? I mean, I wish I could speak other languages. Like, I wish I could learn. I've tried several times, and I'm just really bad at doing it. And I wish I could embroider. Also, I wish I could screen print. I wish I could paint. I wish I could design, like, I can design book covers, but I wish I was better at doing it. Like, my graphic design's okay, like it's reasonably okay, but I wish I was better at the book covers that I designed, because I would love to be able to redo like fantastic book covers like in my head, but I can't. I do them and I'm like, huh. Like, I was like, that looks really crap. I thought I worked so hard and it's really crap. It's like the end of my Adrian says your hair is lovely. Tips for your, oh, thank you. Your any haircut tips, your hair is lovely. Thank you. All I do is wash it. I don't use heat. I don't style it. I wash it. That's all I do. And I kind of think that's kind of the basics. Thank you, John. I'm glad you kept your true ideals, even if you lost income. That's integrity. Oh man, how can you live on that little money? I've lived on less, Dusty. When I was doing my masters, I was living on £396 a month for the entirety of my masters, and that was it. And thankfully, my rent was actually low enough to survive on that. And then, when my rent wasn't, I ended up having to go on the dole. That was a fun period in my life. I was working several jobs at a time for several years. It sucked. Jeremiah saying, speaking of Anastasia, I love how you are accepting of people with politics that are different from yours. You probably don't remember, but we had a disagreement years ago. I don't remember. And you were very kind about it. I disagreed with Jennifer Helenek over on her channel. I don't know who that is. And the same, and she was equally as sweet. And so I'm just one of those people that was like, I get angry if people are like abusive. Like, that's when it draws the line. When people are being like J.K. Rowling, I find her abusive. I wouldn't be nice to J.K. Rowling. Probably, like, I'd get into a ring with J.K. Rowling. Okay, if she was as abusive in person as she was online, yeah, I'd get into a ring with her. And I wouldn't need any kind of testosterone to do it. It's one of those, like, some people can get me quite enraged. So I'm not going to say like I am polite to everyone, but if it's abusive against me, I don't really care. Like, it doesn't bother. It's more about if it's people that I care about. Like, if it's a racist person, I'm going to get into a fight. If it's someone being really transphobic, I'm going to get into a fight. But if that's their thing and they're just like, well, I disagree with you on that opinion, I'm like, okay, that's as far as I'm getting. If someone's being actively abusive, that's when I can get a bit emotional and I can get into a fight. If they're just like, that's my opinion and we differ, that's fine. Like, like that. I'm not going to change anyone's mind, am I? On things like I'm not going to change someone who's like a gun wielding pro-abortion person. Like, I'm not going to change their mind in that span of a moment kind of thing. People can have different opinions from me. I really don't care. It's when people get abusive that I can get angry then. I get more passionate when there's like really abusive, hateful shit. That's when I get angry. But differing opinions, even if it's like, again, on things like trans rights, like with like, obviously we have different opinions on that, she and her, mine. But I'm not going to get into a fight about it. I'm not going to like, insult her. I'm not gonna get into a headbutt. It's just a differing, and that's it. In the same way, there's a lot of things that some people are pro Russia, some people are pro okay. You're never gonna win. And it's not even a winning situation, is it? It's just humanity. It's just humanity. And it's become more apparent that there are more differences thanks to the internet, but the differences have always been there. And I told the story already before. I think I told it on my podcast, where recently I was in a taxi and I got stuck in St Andrews basically. All trains got cancelled and I needed help. And I needed to gang up with a load of strangers to get into a taxi together to drive back to Edinburgh. And it was myself and 5 other people. And 3 of those people were West Virginia, gun supporting, anti-abortion, Trump wearing red hat Americans. And it was totally peaceful. Like, we all just got into a taxi and they're just talking about like their guns and their opinions on, things. I was just asking questions. I was just like, okay, what do you think about this? And they told me, and I was like, okay, what do you think about this? And they told me, and I was like, okay, cool. And then by the end of the taxi, they knew I didn't agree with them, but there was no name calling, no aggression, not even like a few jokes made here and there. And we got out and like, oh, lovely to meet you. Have a safe flight home. Thanks for showing a taxi. Bye bye. Nice and cordial. And that's the reality of people. The reality of people is that we're all just like a slightly different, but it's not like the internet hellscape where people are tearing each other down and threatening to hurt each other because they disagree, and all that crap. Like, in reality, people are different from you. Every single person down the street, I can guarantee, has a different political opinion than you, and we're not all fist fighting each other and calling people names and attacking each other and sending hate to each other and phoning up each other's bosses to try and get their careers cancelled and things like it's just different. And I asked questions, they answered. There we go. Like that was the reality. I was like, you know what? It was really interesting to be in that close proximity with someone who potentially would have seen me say something on Twitter and call me like, I don't know, a stupid dumb hoe bitch, like left-wing cat lazy, live at home single, eggs dying out person if they like heard my opinions on Twitter. But in reality, they wouldn't say that. And that's the reality of humanity kind of thing. And it's actually quite peaceful when you realize that in the real world and you realize the internet's not a real place. And people have like manufactured this way of existing on the internet that's just not actually reflective of real life. And I try to like remember that, particularly with people I respect in many ways. I'm like, you know what, it's different, and that's it. There's no point getting into it or hating someone or going, oh, I'm so disappointed with them, I hate them for this. And there's this kind of like melodrama of expecting everyone to perfectly align with you and then being disappointed that they're not you. To me, that kind of attitude is incredibly narcissistic. For someone to be like, oh, I thought I loved this person, but I found that they've got a different political opinion to me. They don't mirror me entirely and perfectly, so therefore I hate them. How narcissistic is that approach, How narcissistic is that? Unless they're spreading hate, then yeah. Unless they're like dating minors, then yeah, go ahead, be disappointed. Like that kind of thing. But that kind of they don't mirror me perfectly kind of attitude in life and getting upset is just a narcissism. It's not how the world works. Have you considered being a tutor at all, possibly, or an academic mentor in your local university? I can't be. It's not how it works, sadly, here. You can't be a tutor at the university unless you're a PhD student at the university. So I'm not a PhD student at any universities up here, so I can't teach at any of them. And students don't have money. So academic students up here can't afford mentors or things like that. So it's not a viable financial area. Students are poor. There's no point building a business into students. There's no money there. Sponsorships pay a lot less than people again, because it's my views, really, because obviously people see I have a lot of subscribers, so they're like, oh, you can get a lot of sponsorships, but because I'm only getting 5,000 views, sponsors aren't going to pay more than $100. Like, they're not going to pay more than that for an ad slot. And even then, with all due respect, I've been paid $100 for technically 3 ad slots. So you'll see ads that I mention of a sponsor, and I only got $100 for all 3 of those mentions. So it's one of those things that I think people don't realize that it's actually the views that count. So therefore, that's why I'm like, it's tanking my channel. Like, there's no point me continuing on something that's not getting not even 5k views. It's not worth the money AdSense wise. It's not worth the money sponsorship wise either, kind of thing. Chinsey, you're doing well. The symbols, you symbols some money from. I think you mean earn some money from this. Ali is great, but an outlier. He is an outlier, but also I don't think he is that much of an outlier because again, I don't think Ali is an outlier. There are other people who are not as big as Ali that have made like bought flats. You know, there's a lot of London YouTubers who have made their career off on YouTube, and they're not as big as Ali, but they're still that's their only income. I don't think he's that much of an outlier, but yeah. And how can someone get... So if someone asks, like, how did someone get $50,000 a month on YouTube like Ali? I think that would be from sponsorship deals. So because he's getting so many views on a video, so say all of his videos get 1 million views, that million views... So in YouTube money, 1 million views is only around $4,000. That's all you get. So from AdSense. So, but from a sponsorship perspective, you could easily be looking at, so if the sponsors are actually, that person's going to get 1 million to 1.5 million views or more, that's worth $10,000. So they will pay that YouTuber $10,000 for a 30-second ad segment because they're getting 1 million views. So even though the YouTuber only earns $4,000 from AdSense, they can earn $10,000 from a sponsor. And if they get 5 sponsors a month, that's 50,000. That's 50,000. So yeah, that's probably where it comes from. Yeah, someone asked how many subscribers do you need to have 50,000k a month. It's not really subscribers, it's views. So I think Ali back then in 2020 probably only had 1 million subscribers. I say only had 1 million. He had 1 million subscribers, but but a lot of people with 1 million subscribers don't get as many views as he does. He gets easily between 500,000 to 1 million views a video. And with those odds, you must be getting a minimum of $10,000. Because I know someone who got given $3,000 for a video and they don't even have 100,000 subscribers, but they were getting, again, 300,000 views to 500,000 views a video. So even though they hadn't got that many subscribers, because their views were like that, they got given a 3,000 sponsorship deal. So I'm sure someone like Ali, who's getting closer to 500,000 to 1 million views, could easily get more than 10 grand for an advert in his video. Yeah, Tom says, I'm pretty sure Ali Abdal is one guy in the self-improvement space who is selling online courses, which makes money. Yeah, he now does, but in 2020, when he was getting $50,000 a month on YouTube, he was only doing YouTube, and he was being a doctor at the same time. So it's still pretty impressive that he's still earning 50k a month on YouTube when he was still working full-time as a doctor. Like, that's insane. All the Happy Squirrel says, is there any content creator you'd like to work with regardless of topic or project? I'm very scared of meeting or talking to YouTubers. So I haven't had the best experience with them. So I'm a little bit wary of that. I'd rather have like a relationship. So again, I really like Ali's content. I think he's a lovely person. So like Ali is someone that I would like. Ali Abdal. So yeah, I think Ali would be lovely. And like the people who I like this wholesome vibes from kind of thing, like Shaba. Like I think Shaba's lovely as well. Lena, I think she's lovely. Lena Norms. But because my content doesn't intersect with any of their content, a collaboration is just a bit stupid because we don't have anything related. But I think they're lovely. And I really love their content. In fact, now I think like Lena I watch regularly. She's someone I've subscribed to for years. So yeah, I think they're really just wholesome people. I just like them as people, to be fair. Like from what I've seen, I was like, they seem really wholesome and lovely. I know Lena is, 'cause I've met Lena in the past many years ago now, but she's lovely. Like, when someone like, if someone said like, oh, people have a persona online, Lena's the exact same in real life. Like, if anything, she's better, kind of thing. Like, someone's like really wholesome, bubbly, creative people. So yeah. Oh, thank you, Zach. I've seen. I love your content. Thank you so much. Biohazard, hello Biohazard. Been a lurker in the channel, so I'm not active in the comments. I'd like to ask about your thoughts on cyberpunk or sci-fi literature. Have you explored this topic? I'm afraid I have not. I've tried to do sci-fi, but I started with what's his name? Stephen Baxter. And I didn't want to read sci-fi ever again. It was really hard. It was really it was really hard. It was really science-based, and it was really scary. I was like, not scary as in like spooky, like it was like, this is just really intimidating. And I don't think it's really my vibe. But mainly because I've spoken about this in the past, I don't have an imagination, so I struggle because I don't see things in my head. I don't see pictures. Sci-fi and fantasy is really hard for me to understand, so I just don't like, I don't vibe in the sense that I can't see anything. Oh no, I've clicked things and it's gone away. Yeah, Kevin just said like, oh, most of my online friends are conservatives. It is what it is. Yeah, exactly. Oh, Lauren, thank you so much. Lauren, oh, thank you for $5. Your no-buy videos and others are comfort watches. Oh, thank you. You're so sweet. Thank you. I actually have another upcoming. I just filmed a video about no-buy for my second channel, so there's another no-buy video coming soon on there. I'm afraid I have missed your comment. You said, did you miss my comment about having an appointment to find out if I'm intersex? I did not see it. I'm really sorry. I must have like gone past it. But I don't want to lose my place. I've just like scrolled up to see if I can see it. I'm sorry I didn't see that, but I wish you the best of luck on your appointment. I really hope it goes well for you. Like, really, really hope it goes well and you get any answers that you need. Fingers crossed for you. Sorry, I didn't see that. Oh no, it jumped again. No. I was holding the chat where I was. It's really irritating. It just like jumps me down. Can you do American history? I don't know anything about American history, so it's like something that's a little bit easier for me to get into tiny amounts, but not really. So I'm gonna yawn. Hamilton goes over my head. It's like, I can't watch Hamilton because I don't understand what's going on. So like, I was like, I'm really kind of not I don't know enough about it to even get basic stuff really. Boop boop boop. Oh no, I think this is a bit over my head, I'm afraid. Matasa, you said, do you think genotype genes are overestimated through patriotism when they should focus on environmental factors influenced by phenotypes? Even better, people should value intrinsic qualities. People judging people on genotypes is like denying their existence because they are born with a blank slate of mind or intrinsic qualities of environment to develop our personality. I'm afraid that I'm not clever enough to understand all of that because I'm not that clued up on like scientific terms. I'm biology, I'm afraid. But I would say, if I'm guessing the idea of like intrinsic qualities and environmental stuff, I think it's a mixture of both. But I'm afraid I'm not educated enough on what you said. I'm afraid I'm a bit silly. Joseph said, if you watch for a while, but what music do you like? I've answered this. I don't listen to music. I did it early in the stream, but I went in quite depth. I don't listen. Cassandra, thank you so much for the $10. Love your work and views. I think our internal compasses are spot on. Thank you. You're very sweet. Thank you. Grace asks, would you consider publishing your own work, novel or research? I would definitely read it. You've helped me fall back in love with history. Oh, it's really sweet. Probably not. It's just more, it's a novels and stuff. I don't have an imagination for novels for a start, so I can't really write fiction. And I was only going to plan on publishing non-fiction if I finish my PhD. but it doesn't look like I am, so I won't be doing that. That was only something I wanted to do if I finished my PhD, but I don't think I will. So basically, no. do 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 do. Laura says, you have a fountain pen? I collect them. What's your favorite brown ink? Oh, I'm not that into a fountain. I don't know the names of things. I just have a fountain pen. I'm not that clever with things. I don't even, it begins with K, the thing that I buy. It's just the one that goes with my pen. I don't know what the name is. I see the font and I see it's a K and I'm like, oh, that's the thing I need. I don't know what the word is. I have never picked up what the word actually says. I see the font and I see the K and I'm like, oh, that's what I need. Oh, hello, Taya, thank you so much for dropping by. I'm missing people. Oh, Eleanor says maybe you should read some fantasy books to get out of reading slumps or reading anxiety, like Assassin's Apprentice and Robin Hood. It'll escape you in your daily issues. I can't get into fantasy. I really did not like Assassin's Apprentice by Robin Hood when I read it myself. But it helps people with imaginations. But because I don't have an imagination, it probably just didn't work for me. I was like, no, nothing works. I like how Happy Squirrels wrote like, oh, I love that hearing that sweaty chinsu is a thing that exists, and you're like, sweary, not sweaty. Marion asks, am I still in Scotland? Yes, I've been here a decade now. I've lived here a whole decade in this flat, which is insane. It's 10 years this month, which is really sweet. It's like the longest I've ever lived in a home before. I've never lived this long in one place. I think the longest I lived was 7 years in a place, and that was my first ever home, and then we just moved every time since. Do 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 do. Ba 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 ba. Yes, so I was going to do. Someone said, Eleanor said, I thought your first PhD pitch was about Alexandra Quartet by Lawrence Durrell. It was originally, and then I met it with a prospective supervisor, and she wasn't that interested in it. And we talked about, because she specialised in Aboriginal mythology. So I actually catered to it more to that. It was originally meant to be the Alexandra Quartet. I really wanted to do that. And then she was like, actually, Aboriginal mythology, and she was specialised in that. So that's what kind of I catered it to, but I didn't know much about it. So yeah, there was a few books that she recommended that I looked into. I think one was like called Ponto, and how Aboriginal mythology influenced contemporary literature and politics. But obviously it didn't work out in the end. God, that took me right back. It's so funny. I can still remember like having that one meeting with her, just sitting in her office. It's so bizarre. I never spoke to her ever again. Help, I clicked the thing and it's like blocked all the comments. Let's see. Evil is good says, as a fellow PhD student of biochemistry, I very much enjoy the rigor of your videos, but I have no experience of your subject. Do you go to lectures or watch videos of other subjects or a favourite? No, I don't. Because I'm a distant student, I can't attend any lectures at my university. So I can't actually attend any lectures at all. I can't go to the university. I'm not even in the same country as my university. And because I'm not a student at other universities, I can't attend them either. So I don't go to any other lectures, unfortunately, in any field. Where are there any more things? I'm guessing that. I feel like I'm getting close to the bottom. It keeps popping up, but I'm like making sure. Marisol asked, can you continue your PhD later? No. If I drop out, I drop out. And then if I have to start again from the beginning, which I would never be able to afford to, and it would have to be a complete different project and a complete different supervisor, which would suck. I wouldn't want to do it then. Todd, please make streams a monthly thing here, wherever, or on Patreon. I mean, I will on Patreon. I don't think I could do it this bigger audience on a monthly scale. It was like that's why I save it till every 100,000. I was like, then at least I'm safe. Esther asked, what am I studying? I'm studying classics and ancient history. And for my master's and bachelor's, I studied For my bachelor's, I did ancient history, classics and ancient history, and English literature, a joint honours degree. And then for my master's, I did English literature, and now I'm back to classics. I just flip-flop between the two subjects. Oh no, Ten says I just woke up to it from an earthquake in the Philippines. I hope you're nice and safe and taking care of yourselves and nothing's damaged. Chinsia, what do you think of the living philosophy? I don't know what that is, I'm afraid. Is that a book? Is that a book or a channel? I'm not familiar with it. Oh, no, it jumped again. No, I was getting there. Oh, I think I got there. I love your videos on history and literature. What are a couple of your favourite topics to study put together for a video? I think I really like the witch trials. I really enjoy reading about the witch trials, and a little bit more like kind of darkish horror. A weird thing that the treatment and processes that went through like medieval torture and all that kind of stuff, and how they mistreat humans. It's one of those things that's like, it's one of those, I hate that it happened, but also how they legally went around it and what they did kind of fascinates me. I'm just admitting it. Like, I'm one of those things that like, how can you do that? Like, how did anyone think this was okay? I can't believe it's not that long ago, if that makes sense. Like, I know it's like a couple of 100 years ago. That's too soon. I mean, the idea that slavery was only 100 years ago or so, like, I'm just like, that's just way too close. Why did we evolve ethically so slowly? Like, that's horrifying. I just can't understand, like, living in I mean, the idea that, you know, I just told my boyfriend for the first time, I was like, did you know, like, I mentioned how women only got bank accounts in the 1970s, and he was like, no. I was like, yeah. I was like, wait, why are we so slow ethically to treat other people like humans? I was like, I just don't understand how we could be that deranged, and it's still there today. We still see it today with bigotry and hatred. I just don't understand. I think some people just haven't evolved. I think choices were made with the people they chose to breed with, and it didn't go right, and it's like a little bit slow with the ethics. Okay, like I was like, it's like really, really slow. Myself and Alex Jones should do a video together. Never. I was like, I would never. Again, it's one of those people that there's a massive difference between people who I don't agree with and people who don't even have the time of day to even educate themselves on the things that they're saying other than a Google search. If they don't tell me that you know all about this shit, if you haven't read a single fucking paper on it, like, you know, like, if you haven't even read a single fucking book on the subject, and people like out here prancing around their hatred thinking they know jack shit, and again, a bit like J.K. Rowling going, that person's a man, I'm like, she's a woman. And she's like, she's a man, he's a man. I was like, no, it's a woman. Have you never even, like, read a fucking paper? You're talking about someone who's from Algeria, where it's illegal to be trans, and you're that dumb that you can't even see. Like, I was like, the facts are right there. You can't even read that. If you can't read basic information, I'm not having time with you. It's a bit like that woman who wrote that book about Shakespeare was a woman. And I really fucking hated that book, with all due respect, because I could tell this woman had gone to like top universities. I think she'd gone to like Yale and Harvard and shit. And then because she'd gone to those things, she thought she was educated and she thought she knew shit and she knew jack all, because the things that she came out with were just falsified, like just blatant. You just Google it and go, oh, that's wrong. The thing that I just wrote down is completely wrong because there is the facts. Or like, let me just like, I was like, I can't believe this woman has 2 degrees and she's this dumb. Like, the things that she was writing, I was like, no. And then she was like writing this conspiracy theory that other academics were avoiding her because they don't like the truth. I'm like, no, it's because you can't read. They're avoiding you because why would we waste our time on a person that can't read? Like, or can't even use like basic logic to figure something out. Like, she was like making this excuse that Shakespeare couldn't have been educated. She was arguing that it was evident that Shakespeare was illiterate. So he couldn't have written his plays because he was completely illiterate, because he never went to school, because the school that he went to has no records of him being there. ooh, spooky. Except when you Google it and look at his school, and you see that the school that he attended didn't ever keep records until 30 plus years after he left. So, no, you can't say he didn't get educated at the school because there's no record on it, when there's no record of any fucking student being there for the 30 years when he went there. Like, you can't, it was just like, how can you call yourself an academic? Like, that's embarrassing. Like, you just took a little bit of information that you thought was good and you ran with it. And then, like, just basic things like, her comprehension of even understanding what literacy meant in the Jacobean period. I was like, I thought you're meant to be an academic and you don't even understand that. With all, like, please. Like, even she was like, oh, you know, he had daughters and they couldn't write. So therefore, or was it, yeah, they couldn't even write their own name. That's what her argument was. They were like, couldn't even write their own name. So therefore they were illiterate. And a man who was literate wouldn't have illiterate daughters. I mean, for starters, the dude was in Stratford and London while his kids were in Stratford, so he's not even there to raise them. His wife is. Now, his wife would not have been able to sign her name because women were not taught to write. In Jacobean period, believe it or not, just because you couldn't write didn't mean you were illiterate. You could still read. So just because his wife couldn't write does not mean that his daughters could not also read, because his wife probably could write. That's just how educational. But she just had this mindset, like she was using modern ideas of what her understanding of the world was and projecting it onto Jacobean understanding of the world. And it was just so stupid. Like, I can't believe I'm reading someone who's like stating this as fact when you could just Google it. And like, I was like Googling every fact that she was stating and finding out a dozen papers that were disproving her. I couldn't find any papers proving the things that she was saying, but I could find loads of disproving it. But she was just saying it as fact so boldly. And then she made this weird conspiracy theory when she was like wants to talk to like Greenblatt, like academics in Shakespeare, and another academic. And then they ignored her emails because obviously she's kind of like a bit uneducated crazy, where she's like constantly harassing them, asking for them to like basically debate her on the gender of Shakespeare, to the point that one academic ignored her. So she Googled Stork to figure out where he was going on holiday and started planning getting a flight to then find out what hotel he was staying at to then confront him there. Tell me you're crazy without telling me you're crazy. And then you're wondering why they don't want to talk to you, why they don't want to give you the time of day, and then use the excuse of they're scared of me. No, they're scared of you, but not because you have the truth. It's because you're a bit unhinged and you're acting like a crazy person online who doesn't realize that they're dealing with the real world, and you can't even Google basic stuff and understand like the school. Like that to me. So Alex Jones is like one of those people. He hasn't read a single book. He can't read a single academic paper, a bit like Graham Hancock. They won't read, they don't read it, and anything that disproves them, they're like, oh, they're manipulating the media. Fuck off. Like you're butthurt because you can't handle the fact that there's lots of papers proving you wrong, and your paper doesn't stand, and your research doesn't have any evidence, doesn't have any basic theory, and can be obliterated by common sense. And Alex Jones is those people. Like, if you're that pig ignorant to not embracing common sense, I'm not giving you the time of day. And J.K. Rowling's one of those people. Like, she's now got down this rabbit hole where she's like, oh, I believe this thing and it must be true. It's not. Love, just read that little information right there. Oh no, you don't want to read it. You don't want to read it because it will completely obliterate your understanding of the world. Those type of people I don't have time of day. I really just don't have the time of day for them, which is stupid. I was like, if you can't just basic, and when I say Google search, I mean don't Google it and look on a Facebook post about someone writing about it. Okay, I'm talking about Googling it and finding accredited papers that I've gone through peer reviews that multiple people have like gone, well, actually, I kind of like have evaluated this, and whilst they're not perfect, academics are not perfect, and trust me, I know a lot of papers are like skewed, particularly with sciences, but just like particularly when it comes to historians. We're not there like to like faff around. We don't get any benefits. I know in science papers it's a little bit different because they get money and funding from different places and they can manipulate data because then that gets more funding. Historians are not really like, we don't get funding. We don't benefit from like manipulating data. We're just like, that's how it is, my friend, I'm afraid. Like, we have no evidence. No, Atlantis isn't there. Like, I got a comment recently on a while ago on my Atlantis video, and it really stuck with me. He was like, Atlantis is real. Have you been to the bottom of the ocean? I was like, no. But one man has, and he didn't say he saw Atlantis. There's one man who has been close to the bottom of that section of the ocean, and he did not say fuck all about Atlantis. He said fuck all about seeing a sunken city down there, and you haven't either. So why are you using that logic on me? It was just like hilarious. People are just like funny. I just sit here in horrid awe. I'm just like, what am I doing? I watch a lot. Someone said I watch a lot of historical fashion content and could see interesting options between classic literature and fashion. I bet. I have a lot of awe for people who have like understanding of textile history. I think they're really, 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 really cool. Oh, Paul, thank you so much for £5. They said try Peter F. Hamilton for sci-fi. I've never even heard of them. Thank you. I've never even heard of him in the sci-fi section. Story asked, what myth do I want to explore more? I said if I could, after finishing or leaving my PhD, I would probably like to explore like Sikh and Hindu myths, because it's something I enjoyed when I was a kid, but just don't have the time to invest in it. What's a new skill unrelated to your current set that you're interested in that you could take up at some point? I've thought about this a little bit earlier, but I think it would be embroidery. I mean, it's very nice of you to say that I have a current skill set. I don't. It's very, very generous. Oh, Katie, thank you, Katie Frosthard, for $5. Thank you so much. Congratulations, thank you. As Laura said, the fountain pens with a K. Is it Kawako? Yes. I recognise that. I recognise that spelling. I know it's like a weird word. So it's Kawako. It is definitely Kawako. Congratulations on 1999. Thank you. Am I interested in Tolkien? Yes, I do. I think he's really interesting. I think his works are really interesting as well, but I haven't studied The Lord of the Rings in any shape or form. I've only read them. Will there be another live? I do them on Patreon more than here because I'm a little bit scared of like being open to the mass public. So it's like, it's a little bit scary being on here. So I do them on Patreon more regularly than on here. I normally do this just for celebrations periods. Make sure I'm meeting up. Hobgob, I'm really sorry that you're going through the appointment and your family hasn't been supportive. But, you know, I don't know because I'm not in that realm of the support system. Like, I'm not in that community. But I'm sure there are people on, like, places like, communities like, I mean, maybe Reddit, maybe a bit toxic. I'm sure there are, like, smaller communities, maybe on Discord, that would be supportive. And I highly recommend looking for those to find support elsewhere because a lot of people aren't supportive of a lot of things. I get that in terms of not going through something as serious as that, but I've dealt with not having support from family and stuff in things, and I get it. Lanelle says, oh, thank you so much for the €6. Sorry, I got a hiccup. Such a lovely evening watching the stream. Thank you so much. Off to bed. Thank you for the best job. Thank you so much, Lanelle. I really appreciate it. John Clark said, have you read any Terry Pratchett's? Only one. I've only read one. I'd like to read them all now. I didn't really get it back then when I first read it. But I like to read from the beginning. I think I read Witches Abroad out of context. And then because I never read a Terry Pratchett, it was a little bit confusing to read Witches Abroad, which is the one I was given by my cousin who's a huge Terry Pratchett fan. But it was just a bit too in the middle of something to be like for me to really get it. So I think I like to start with The Colour of Magic and work from the beginning out. Mez Marion says, if you ever come to the Bay Area, California, please let me know. You can stay with us, save money. That's really sweet. I don't think I will ever go to California. That's way too expensive America for me. My boyfriend goes to America a lot for work. I don't think even he's been to California. His work doesn't really go to California. It's mainly like Vegas or like southern states. I think it's like Texas. I think he's going to Texas next for work. But yeah, no, I don't think I'll ever go out to America. I don't think I can ever afford that. What are some of my favourite videos? In terms of like YouTube videos? I would say like I really like self-help content. I think I watch that more than anything. So I think it's more just more comforting for me. It makes me just feel a bit. They are quite positive. They're quite positive videos overall. So I enjoy that, being around that kind of positivity. Um, Oh, Maleficarum. That's really hard for me to say. Has been a mind-blowing read for me. That's amazing. I never heard of that. Esther, what did you study again? I went for a commercial break. I studied English literature and classics undergraduate. I studied my master's in classics, and then I did my no other way around. Sorry, I did my undergraduate in English and classics, and then I did my master's in English, and now I'm doing my PhD in classics. John says, is it possible to gain a PhD via distance learning? Yes, I'm doing that. Obviously, I won't gain a PhD, but I know other people who have been successful doing a PhD distance learning. Am I a collector of first edition books? I have first edition books, but it's not something I actively search for. It just happened to be that I have first edition books. Like, it's not actually something I go out of my way to look down. Thank you, Sparkatron. You said, congrats on the subs. Do you watch any films with mythological subjects? And if so, what are your favourites? I don't really watch films, if I'm being perfectly honest. I'll only watch films when I'm socialising with someone and they want to watch a film. But I've gone through years of my life not watching a film for like 3 years of my life, 4 years of my life. Like, I've gone through periods of not watching a single film. Like, it's a bit like music. I don't really watch films. So it's quite funny when people go like, oh, that thing in Greece. I'm like, I've never seen Greece, or like, I've never seen, like, I've never seen Gladiator. I've never seen Greece. I tried to watch Gladiator, but I stopped after a few minutes because it was a bit too scary for me because it's too bloody. I've never seen Greece, never seen Saturday, never seen Back to the Future, never seen High School Musical, never seen like Mean Girls. I've never seen most films. So like, people will make a reference. I'm like, I've got no idea what you're talking about. I've never seen The Avengers. I've never seen like. I was like, what else is like a famous film? I've never seen Men in Black. I can't think of what other famous films are. I've seen Oppenheimer. I've seen Oppenheimer, and I've seen Barbie. I felt like that was the most cultural I've ever been in a whole year. Of seeing those two films in that year. I was like, wow, look at me go. Esther, that woman, so was she saying Shakespeare was a fraud and that he stole his work? I think her argument was that he's not a real person at all. He was a made-up figure, like a pen name for other people, and potentially also a woman. I think that was basically her argument. It was so threadbare, I can't even remember what her main argument was. But basically, I think she was saying that he was a made-up person that never existed. Because also one of her arguments, that was it, because one of her arguments was that, oh, well, sometimes they signed his name with an E at the end, and sometimes they didn't. And I'm like, the dictionary didn't fucking exist yet. There was no such thing as standardized spelling. Like, yeah, people spelt their name differently sometimes. Like, as crazy as you think it is to believe that, there was no such thing as standardized spelling. Just like stupid things like that. That was like a crazy theory. I mean, Natalie just said there's a person on TikTok last year who's trying to claim that Romans didn't never exist in the videos of her arguing of that stuff is silly as fuck. If you go on my channel, you will see a video that has nearly 2 million views, and that's me responding to that video. I was like, that's insane. I think it's like 1.6 million views that video's got of me responding to that woman. And that's the only reason I got any subscribers on YouTube, and that's now why I only have like less than 3% of people watching my videos, because I don't talk about that kind of stuff. Any other videos? Oh no, it jumped again. It jumped. Oh, I'm not that far from the end. Excellent. Let's see, what else is there? What's your opinion on the tendency for modern writers to misunderstand the sex identity of particular archetypes? I don't know what that's referring to, because I can't think of any examples of people misunderstanding the sex identity of particular archetypes. I don't know what that's referring to, kind of thing. Is that on like real historical people or mythological people? I don't understand. People saying like the lady saying Shakespeare was a woman kind of thing. Is that kind of referring to? I don't know. Um, Louis says, you're on fire. I can't believe you're trucking through every question. I will. I will get to the end of this thing before going to bed. I was like, I'll make sure I do it. My partner's gonna be like, we're meant to be up early in the morning. I'm like, I know, sorry. I was making sure I was hitting every question. I was like, I have to see it through. Do I prefer background noise or silence when I'm studying? Well, technically it's silence, but it's still technically background noise because I hear other things in my own space. But it's not manufactured background noise, it's my own stuff. Lauren, have you ever considered crowdfunding to finish your PhD? No, it's not something it's my, again, it'd be like crowdfunding to fund your Ferrari. Like, it's a privilege thing. I'm not going to crowdfund for that kind of thing. I think those things should be kind of reserved. I have in the past for another course when I needed the help to do my graphic design course. I asked for some help to do a graphic design course, and people helped me. I got £700 from that, which was many years ago, and I got 2 courses out of it. So I did my beginnings for graphic design and my advanced graphic design courses. Because in the word, I was like, what's the word above beginner? So what's the word above beginner? And then I ended up getting a lot of work as a freelancer thanks to that, because I then ended up making workbooks for people freelance. It's like doing the graphic design for like their workbooks. So I used to write the workbooks for them and then design them and then typeface them and like set out everything and typeset them, sorry. And that's how I was a freelancer for several years. And then I became ghostwriter and then ended up doing this. But I really needed it back then. Like I needed it because I was literally, again, earning less than £900 a month working retail. I needed to get out. And thanks to people helping me doing that, then yeah. But I needed it back then. Whereas now it's not a need to get a skill. Like a PhD is, again, a privilege. It's not like a need to get out of somewhere with a skill set that I hadn't been able to afford to get. And that's the difference, if that makes sense. So like, it's just getting like funding my Ferrari. I'm not going to ask people to crowdfund for that. When I actually like really needed the help back then, I was really fucking struggling financially and working 2 jobs kind of thing. And I couldn't keep it up physically anymore. People really came through to me for that. So yeah. Have I ever watched E.T.? No, I've never even seen it. The Dark Crystal? No. Everyone's gonna ask me what random films I have and haven't seen, haven't they? Everyone's going do. This is me. Now you all know what my boyfriend like experiences me just going do. It's like all constantly. Budline, what's your education background? I've done a master's, undergraduate, and I'm currently doing a PhD. Do you think that, quote, normal people prioritize casual love more, whereas neurodiverse people value best friend kind of relationships? No, I don't think that's a neurodivergent thing. No, I know a lot of in fact, I know more neurodivergent people who are like in polyamorous, more casual stuff, don't want to settle down, than I know neurotypical people like that. So I kind of would argue it's a little bit different. I would kind of argue actually that the neurodivergent people are more likely to be a bit more casual with relationships and like want something a bit more liberating than the traditional kind of heteronormative neurotypical kind of romances. But I don't think that's down to neurotypical or neurodivergent things. Do you have any recommendations for a resource to read Shakespeare as someone who has never studied it in school? And he's explaining, ooh. See, I was lucky because obviously it's something I specialised in with my years kind of thing. I generally think the best way to get to Shakespeare is watching it more than reading it. And there are like there's good old productions online, like old school productions that are really worth watching. You can get, like rent the DVDs or watch productions of it. And then also watching multiple productions of something, like either live on stage, but also like film versions of it. Like Kenneth Branagh's Hamlet, and then compare it to another Hamlet, and then also oh, I want to say his name's Fassbender. I'm pretty sure it is actually Fassbender. Fassbender's where he starred in Macbeth. That's a really good production of Macbeth. And then seeing it to another version of Macbeth. And I think you get more from seeing multiple different productions of how it's staged. And that's actually the best way of getting into it. Because then you're like, okay, how did they get to that conclusion? How did they draw conclusions from staging it that way or filming it that way? And then when you get to the text yourself and you're looking at it, then you're like, okay, I can see where they've done this now. The version of the Shakespeare book that I found the most useful, I believe it's called The Waterside Shakespeare. I'm pretty sure it's water. It's definitely water. I want to say it's a water. No, because I'm thinking Riverside Chaucer. So maybe I'm just like making that up. What? Okay, I'm going to lag. I'm warning I'm going to lag for a bit as I Google this. I apologise to find it. Let's see. Okay, I'm coming back. It's gonna be the end of the lag, hopefully. I'm waiting for the lag to like click off. But basically, it's the Oxford Shakespeare. It's the best edition. It's just called the Oxford Shakespeare. And I really like this anthology. I'm noticing that I'm lagging a lot. So if you didn't hear me say the Oxford Shakespeare, it's the Oxford Shakespeare. And the Oxford Shakespeare has really good footnotes, and also it's collated by a group of people. Like, so Falstaff in the Henry IV plays, his name was changed at a later date, and I think it's like Silver or something. I'm getting it wrong. I know it's not accurate, but basically his name's not Falstaff in the OG plays, and this anthology goes back to the OG versions before the name Falstaff was invented in Shakespeare. And the reason like Falstaff's name was invented by Shakespeare was because the family under the same name that the character was named after, well, not named after, but had the same name, were really offended, and they asked for that name of the character to be changed. So this powerful family were like, excuse us, and he was like, okay, I'll change it to Falstaff. Whereas this has done a really good job in kind of reviving the plays as they were in like the most performed version of like what Shakespeare had when he had his full control over the texts. So the Oxford Shakespeare compendium has really detailed notes on things like that. But I would actually say work with watching the plays as much as possible in different productions of it. Because that's what I did a lot when I was younger, because I wanted to be a Shakespeare actress. So I was always watching different DVDs from a young age or going to different shows from like the age of like 10. And I was kind of obsessed with like watching different DVDs of like different Shakespeare productions. And I think that's where I got most of my understanding of it from. Because then when I got to the text, I was like, I can see why this director did it this way, and things like that. Let me see. Oh, I'm very close. Here we go. Oh, and then on says, oh no, for example, giving masculine archetypal qualities to a female character and vice versa. Oh, I see. Like, so if someone's writing like a historical character, they kind of invert like masculine and feminine understandings of like archetypes. I suppose again, so when it comes to historical figures, I suppose we'll never really know what they were fully like, if they presented like how their personalities were. I think we kind of sometimes forget we'll never actually know. We assume. So like people with Joan of Arc say Joan of Arc, they were like, oh, we're going to assume she was more masculine in like how she like a bit more, male archetype kind of character based on what she did. But then we can't assume every wife of Henry VIII was like just meek and baby and girly. We can't assume. We can assume it because you want to assume it because like a lot of them got their heads chopped off. But what if they weren't? What if they were a little bit more masculine? What if they were a bit more boyish? We don't really actually know how their personalities were. particularly with women, to be fair, because women weren't really written of. And, same with men. A lot of people like to ignore how feminine Alexander the Great is written about. He doesn't come across as really masculine in a lot of ways when his mum's begging him to have sex with a bitch. He's like, can you just fuck her, please? Can you fuck her? And he's like, I don't want to, mum. That's not exactly a really masculine setup where he's like, his mum is gagging for him to like go have sex with someone else because she's desperate for a grandbaby. That's not really a really macho setup, is it? So drawing conclusions based on like little bits and bobs, and then obviously history is written for people who want to admire people. So you don't really know how a lot of people came across. What if Homer was just really camp in his real life, but he knew what sold and what sold? what did good was like big masculine energy, But maybe he was just really camp. We have no idea. I mean, the Odyssey is quite girly. The Odyssey is very girly compared to the Iliad. A lot of strong female women in that, What if he was like, yeah, bitch, you go queen, go slay. slay, Cersei. You weave, Penelope, go girl. Like, he could have been really I don't know. We don't really know a lot of these things. We can assume, but I don't think it's too harmful in particular. But also, like, I think there's also a benefit to be having, what does heroism look like? Challenge it. Like, why does a heroic woman have to present as masculine? Why can't she be a feminine heroic figure? Why does she have to be a beautiful one? Why can't she be elderly? It's just like, I think we need to challenge a lot of understandings of what these things look like. And I don't think it's much harm if we don't actually know. If they're a living memory historical figure where there's a lot of autobiographies written about them, you can garner a lot of their character and nature based on what's written about them by a lot of people, and you're completely confident that the people writing about them don't have any biases that may be swaying how they present these characters because they are representatives of Rome, for example, or like, and there may be like a political sway to present them as such. And again, we would never really know. So it depends on how much evidence we have, and then also, can we really even trust the evidence, or was the evidence construed in a way that was beneficial to a country's symbol? Things like that. Someone asked, Tob, do you think she knows South Park? No, I don't know South Park. Revert says, a random appreciation. I was having a rough day and the stream conversations and delightful laughter made me difference. Thank you. Thank you. I was saying, wonderfully live, Chinsia. I hope your presenting and research prosperous and you find balance with it in your professional life. Also, thank you for answering questions. Thank you. How much should I save on my no-buy year, please? I only know what I saved over 3 years of no-buy. And I saved £15,000 over 3 years of no-buy. No, I didn't. Yes, I did. Because I needed... Basically, my PhD is around £15,000. So I saved £15,000 over 3 years. But each year, I didn't break down. I just made sure... Basically, my goal was to save £15,000. So I actually wasn't paying attention to how much I saved each year. I was just knew I was getting closer to £15,000. So over a 3-year period, but I don't know exactly what year I earned more in and what year I earned less in. So I can't say what I earned per year. Obviously, on an average, then we're breaking it down to around £5,000 a year. But I can't say accurately that was how much I earned. I was like, it's just more break it down. Seeing the death of Stalin felt like joining in the random film questions. I've never even heard of that film. I didn't even know that was a film. Asimov's Guide to Shakespeare was a great book. Still is. Thank you, Adrian, for the recommendation. I'd say, I'd say June books and movies are rare examples of fiction that captures female heroes' journey. Oh, that's very cool to sound. I need to read June. My cousin's favourite book is June, and she really wants me to read it, and I just haven't. I'm just like, nope. Is that another dog joining me? Hello! The baby's back. You want to see the baby? Come here, baby. No, he ran away. He was like, no, I don't want cuddles. I just want to leave. He's back again. Like, he's one of those. No, okay. He's just like, nope. I don't want cuddles. I want to go to bed. Okay, I'll come to bed soon. I will come to bed soon. Da, 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 da. I think you should try and get back into drama performance. It's obviously your love and passion. I mean, yeah. Literally, the only reason I did YouTube back in the day was that I was lonely, and it was a way of like performing. Like, I felt like I was performing still. Performance is like my main thing, but there's just no money in it. But then I say that during fucking YouTube. I say, there's no money in acting. She says, doing a PhD in classics, doing a YouTube channel about history. Okay, Cinzia, get your priorities right. I was like, really? Someone's just said a quite a horrible comment saying, do you ever dated? Which isn't correct, I'm afraid. I think they mean, have you ever dated? They use a racist term. I'm going to say a person of colour, or even have black friends. I bet no. My best friend is black, and I have. Literally, the most incredible woman I know is black. She's my best friend. And we certainly don't use the term that you just wrote in your comment. Tell me you're a racist without telling me you're a racist. And yes, I have dated people of colour. Funny. Let me see if I go. What do you think about the scrolls of Herculaneum? I'm afraid I don't know, Daniel. I don't know anything about it, I'm afraid. Let me see. Oh, have I missed? I can see people saying like, "Oh, she's really behind." I'm like, What am I really, really behind on? What have I missed? I was like looking for many questions. They were like, "Oh, should we let her know?" I'm like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what I missed. Do your dogs scran everything that's possibly edible, or are they fussy eaters? Fussy eaters, they they are the fussiest of eaters. I can't get them to eat the same food every. I mean, my female dog is worse. She's really, really picky. Unfortunately for me, also, she's got a really sensitive tummy. Like, makes it really hard, like, to try and like get her to eat anything. And then she's like, oh, she likes the things that make her tummy really poorly, and not the things that don't make her tummy really poorly. And I'm like, okay, we have to come to a medium ground here, because you're making yourself ill with things that make you ill. And you need to eat better things. Oh, Eric, that's so generous. Thank you. Just simple things. Just a simple thanks for your videos and a contribution towards your PhD. Thank you, Eric. Thank you so much. Really kind of you. John's like, she's done. She's caught up. I know. I was really far behind, but I didn't want leaving people. I don't like leaving people if they've asked me a question. I've like just ignored it to get to the end. At least I'm not like a streamer like Hassan who's reacting to like live like things that are updating constantly. So you have a really unique perspective that has really helped me as a neurodivergent person. I really appreciate your content I make. Thank you. Oh, sorry, I've still got the hiccups, I'm afraid. Thank you so much. That's really appreciative. And I got to the end, which means I can go to bed. After like, I'll only go on for like an hour. And it's like 4 hours later. I was like, well done, me. I was like, well, I didn't advertise it, so no one will be here. So I can just go on for like an hour and just chat by myself whilst no one's here and then go off. It turns out, oh, wait, when you do it spontaneously, everyone shows up. Thank you so much for all showing up. Hopefully I covered all the questions. I feel really bad, though, because I did get some questions online from Instagram, because my person who runs my Instagram sent them over to me, and I was meant to answer them, and I didn't answer them. So really bad. But thank you so much for like joining me for like 4 hours. That was really long. I had to be up at like 6 a.m, so I've only got 5 hours of sleep, so I'm gonna go to bed. But thank you so much for everyone for joining me. I really appreciate it. It's one of those things that, you know, when you say goodbye on the phone to someone, you go love you, and you're like, wait, I don't know who that stranger was. They were my dentist. I was like, I nearly did that to live. I was like, love you. I was like, wait, inappropriate, Cinzia. Like, I appreciate you all. It's all those things like, oh, it's the random person on the phone. But thank you all so much for being so lovely and supportive, and also just like send me loads of questions, like chat. I genuinely thought I was just be doing a single podcast by myself. So bumped up loads of comments at the end. Oh, thank you. So someone just asked very quickly, do you know anything about Aristophanes, and do you think he modeled Lysistrata after a person in his life? I'm not sure. I mean, maybe. I obviously know the play, and I've read the play, and I've seen a production of it, but I haven't studied the play, so I can't speak on like what academics have done with their research about how to, like how like a person it may have been based on like readings and stuff like that. So I can't comment on as someone who has done anything more than just read it rather than actually study it. How did you decide what you want to do at uni? Also, would it be okay if I recommend you a history book on Eastern European history? I know you're busy and all that. I won't be able to read it. I'm happy to get recommendations. I definitely won't be able to read it, I'm afraid, but happy to get recommendations. Thank you. And so basically I don't think you can really decide what you want to study at university. Because my first round was for medicine. I went to study medicine, and I failed all my exams, and I didn't get into university the first time round. So when I reapplied, I only applied to my university to study my subjects because, one, I loved Shakespeare, and I knew in their third year they did a special Shakespeare course where you worked with the Shakespeare Institute. I was like, that sounds really cool. I would like to work with the Shakespeare Institute. But also I was like interested in classics in terms of understanding Shakespeare more. So I was like, if I do classics, I'll be able to understand Shakespeare's text a bit more and get more out of it for when I get to my third year. So I had like a third year plan. And then when I did my master's, I applied for the Shakespeare Institute to do my master's in Shakespeare. And I applied to them and I got in. But then I also applied for Edinburgh, and I applied for modernism. And I didn't think I would. I applied for Edinburgh at 3 a.m. one day randomly, just because I wanted to leave the UK. I wanted to leave England. I didn't want to be at home anymore. I didn't want to be anywhere near my family anymore. I just wanted to leave. So I applied for Edinburgh in a completely different subject. And then I got an unexpected offer from them, which was really shocking because they only have 35 places for the course that I studied. And they had over 300 applicants. So I was like, maybe I should take that. Because Shakespeare Institute was less competitive in terms of less people want to study Shakespeare. And I was like, well, maybe I should take that. I'd never been to Edinburgh before. And then I applied on a whim at 3 a.m. And I was like, you know what, I'll take it. And now I've been here a decade. Sorry, I've been here a decade later. So it's one of those things that you pick an element that you think you can expand upon, but you can't really predict. I knew I loved Shakespeare, but I didn't know I'd be studying a PhD in ancient history by the end of it. Like, how could I have predicted that, Like I was like, it doesn't go that way at all. I had no goals of studying this. Make sure I don't miss anyone else proper. You're welcome. Everyone's saying like, thank you for the stream. You're so welcome. Thank you all. Thank you, Phone Box Chicken. I probably won't finish my PhD, but thank you for your support, saying I'll do okay. Oh, thank you, Winterburton, for the $2. Thank you. It's really nice. Yeah, I'll see you all at my 300k live stream in like 7 years' time. Oh, Daniel, thank you. The Ottomans and Eastern Europe. Thank you. I will copy and paste that comment. Thank you. I'll add that to my wee list. Thank you. Thank you all again for joining me, and thank you for the last minute questions. I hope I answered everyone that wanted to get answered. And I want to say thank you so much for your content as a fellow PhD student. It's just been really, thank you. And Tob, I appreciate you for the insightful dark history and unravel self-help. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. This may be my last live stream on this channel because I'm like, I probably will never reach 300k and I'll probably leave YouTube. So thank you for joining me on my last like main public stream, live stream potentially. I really appreciated it. But I'm on Patreon doing them. So to my Patreons, I'll see you soon, like later this month for another live stream. But thank you all for like joining me on my little rare public live streams because they're scary. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm going to go to sleep. I will go to sleep. Thank you for the reminder, Sarah. Thank you all so much. And I will see. I think I had to end it on this end and this